hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. I'm all in, I must admit. Ooh, moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like a dancing moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time. Wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night. Wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time. Wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night. Wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Let me know you're all mine. Touching you, I collide. Into space in your eyes. Touching you feels like moonlight. Ooh, moonlight. Can't believe I found you, baby. Come alive. Loving you like a dancing moonlight. Oh, wanna waste our time. Wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night. Wrap me up all night in the moonlight. Wanna waste our time. Wanna waste our time in the moonlight. Wrap me up all night. Wrap me up all night in the moonlight.
I woke up feeling on top of the world, like nothing's ever gonna bring me down. This feeling got me flying high as a bird. I may never touch the ground. It may not be my birthday, but I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. There's magic coursing throughout my veins. I don't want it to stop. I feel invincible in every way. I'ma give it all I got. It may not be my birthday, but I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. ' There's nothing like feeling alive. There's nothing like feeling alive. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. 'Cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night.
welcome back. Our next speaker is Michelle Frechette with working in the WordPress ecosystem. Michelle is the executive director of Post Status, famously called the busiest woman in WordPress by Matt Mullenweg. Michelle is also the podcast barista at WP Coffee Talk, co-founder of Underrepresented in Tech, and creator of WP Speakers and WP Career Pages. She is an author, influencer, and a frequent organizer and speaker at WordPress and tech events. Michelle lives in near Rochester, New York, where she is an avid nature photographer. Please welcome Michelle.
Okay, no further. I'm good. Thank you, Kendall. That was lovely. Okay. So maybe you're wondering, why am I qualified to give a talk about working in the WordPress ecosystem, other than the fact that I do work in the WordPress ecosystem? Well, I have hired folks. I've been in charge of teams before. I've worked for others. I ran an online career fest for WordPress. I post job openings mostly weekly. Sometimes it gets away from me. But if you were to go to my Twitter account today, or any of my social accounts, you would see this week's job postings. I have freelanced, I have been laid off, and I've been building back. And so those are the things that I think have put me in a unique position to be able to talk to you about what it means to work in the WordPress ecosystem and how we can do it effectively. Have you ever heard this quote that says, choose a job you love and you'll never have to work a day in your life? Raise your hand if you've heard that before. How many people disagree with it? Keep your hands up. It sounds lovely. It really does. It sounds like the perfect thing. Like, yeah, if you love what you do, it's not work. But it is, right? So the best careers are a ton of work. They're just usually more pleasant to do because you're enjoying them. So let's talk. How many people here are freelancers or agencies of one? Oh, nice smattering of people. How many are in positions within their company, even if you're freelancing or one, to supervise and hire other team members? Okay, so a few of you. How many are currently looking for a job? Okay, and if you are already working for a job and you are looking for a job and you don't want to raise your hand, just know I understand. And how many of you are here and don't fit any of those categories at all? Okay, a couple of you. Very good. So I want to tell you my story first. I worked for 20 years in higher education. I worked as a registrar for a small Christian college outside of Rochester, New York. I then went to work for one of the largest business schools in the United States and got my MBA at the University of Rochester. I got laid off. They eliminated my position where I was working there as they, consolidated things that they were doing there. And suddenly I was in the position of trying to find a job in higher ed. Took a temp job to cover maternity leave and ended up as the campus director for a proprietary massage school. I worked there for 5 years. And doesn't it sound like bliss, right, to work in a massage school? It was the most toxic environment I've ever worked in. And it was miserable. I cried going to work. I cried coming home from work. Friday nights I was crying because I knew that Monday was coming. It was horrible. And after a while and having a little bit of a nest egg saved up, I couldn't even wait to find a job. I just had to leave. And so I quit a job without anything to go to. I don't recommend it. It's a very scary place to be, but my mental health came first, and I chose my mental health. I was scared, but I had learned this thing called WordPress. I had been introduced to the first site. My best friend and I created a nonprofit in New York State. We were very excited about it. Her husband set us up a website. We started sending him the content, and he was like, whoa, here's your login. Figure it out. I logged into WordPress, and I put information on the homepage. I hit save, and then I did that thing like when you put up your Christmas tree and you run out to the sidewalk to see what it looks like. I went and was like, what does the homepage look like now? Like, oh my gosh, the words I wrote anybody in the world could see right now. No, they weren't. There was no SEO. Nobody knew about us, but they could. And I was bit by the WordPress bug. When I tell you that it suddenly was like my life went from sepia to Technicolor. I felt like Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz. It was phenomenal. And then I was like, I wonder if I could do this for a living. So while I had just quit my job, given my 2 weeks notice, I posted on Facebook, because that was the only place I was social media back then, that I was looking for a new job, but that if anybody needed any marketing help or a website in the meantime, to hit me up. By the end of the day, I had 5 new clients and decided this was my career. And I hung my shingle, created the worst, please do not, I'm not even going to tell you the name of it because I don't want you to go to the Wayback Machine and see how terrible a designer I am. But I decided that that was what I wanted to do. Fast forward a couple of years, freelancing is not for the faint of heart. We're going to get to that a little bit later because everything's on you all the time. I decided that I needed to leave a bad marriage. And so I needed to be able to rent an apartment. And you can't rent an apartment in most places saying, I'm a freelancer, I might have this money every month. They want to see proof. And so I specifically went to a company that I admired and said, I really want to work for you. They looked at my body of work and said, we really want you to work for us too. I'm not really sure what that looks like yet, but let's start January 2nd. And so January 2nd, 2018, I started working for GiveWP. I started to build my career from there and the work that I do in the community, which I do a lot of things, and we could talk about those another time. But it was exciting to me to have a day job that I went to where I got to work with this community of people. And I loved it even more. I had already fallen in love with WordPress. Now I fell in love with the community too. We got acquired. GiveWP got acquired in 2021, and I was excited to be part of the Liquid Web team. Fast forward to this year. I was lovely, having a great time at WordCamp Asia. 13 hours after I got home, I got the news that I had been laid off. And so as of February this year, I have been trying to figure out what my next gig is and realized that freelancing worked out pretty good before. I'm in a much better position now, and I have built what I call a casserole career, and we're going to talk about those a little bit later too. But basically, so just a little aside, what a casserole career is, you know, you throw some chicken, some corn, some cream of celery soup, you put the breadcrumbs on top, you got a little bit of all these different things, and it's all turns into this wonderful casserole. That's what my career has been. And so that's what I'm building now, is this casserole career with a little bit of this, a little bit of that, throw it all in, and I have dinner at the end of the day, and I'm a happy girl. So that's what my casserole career is. So that's what my story is. That's what's brought me to where I am today. I have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and some of the companies that I work for actually sponsor me to attend events like this event today. So I'm able to travel, and I'm able to be places, which has been really wonderful. So I want to talk a little bit about to the hiring managers, whether you're in HR, whether you're hiring somebody to work on your team for the first time or the 20th time, I have some ideas and things that I can share with you. If you've ever looked for a job and come across a job posting, then you know how hard it is to decide whether or not you should apply for that job. Because so many times there's a lot of information that feels like it's missing. You've got a title, you've got maybe some idea of what you'd be doing. Like, let's say if it's a developer, I'm not a developer, but developer seems like, yeah, tell me what I'm going to be working on and I can figure that out, right? But marketing doesn't always feel that way. There's a lot of, any developer, I'm not one, I don't know. But anyway, sometimes you feel like you don't know, and then they try to sell you everything. We've got these great benefits. You can work from home. There's a stipend for books. We'll even give you a membership to the local gym. Like, there's all these great things. And then you get to the bottom, you're like, but how much does it pay me? Because they never want to tell you how much the job pays you. So my advice, if you are somebody who is posting jobs and you are doing some hiring, is you need to include, number one, the actual job tasks. Tell somebody what it is that they're going to be doing in that job. If you say social media manager, tell them what they're managing on social media. What are you actually expecting from them? Because that could mean something different to different companies. Show them where they fit in the org chart. Are they on a team of people? Are they reporting to one person? Are they at the bottom of the list? Are they somewhere in the middle? Having an idea as somebody who's worked in the industry helps you know where you're going to fit into that next role. And please, please, please include the salary or salary range, because people need to know, and they don't want to waste your time, is that enough money for me to apply for this job? Even if there's some wiggle room, even if there's room for negotiation, if I'm applying for a job here in the United States and it's paying $35,000, I cannot afford to apply for that job. I don't want to waste your time, and I certainly don't want to waste my time. If the job is $75,000, $100,000, yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'll apply for that job. But I don't know until I see what you're willing to put on the table for that person. And bonus, if you can include a target start date. We are hiring the position, hope to have it filled by X date. That gives me an idea of how long I'm going to be waiting to hear back if I have applied for that job. When you post a job opening, please use inclusive and specifically empowering language to encourage all applicants. And what I mean by that, I do a lot of work in DEIB. I have the Underrepresented in Tech podcast and that project, and we talk a lot about what it means to feel like an underrepresented person or underserved person in our population. When you are an underserved person and you read the job description and you think, okay, maybe I got this, and then right in front of the application, and this is a real world example that I helped fix in the past, if you think you might be a good fit for this job, apply below. No offense to white males, but y'all have so much confidence that the rest of us sometimes lack, right? If me as a woman or a person of color, and I'm not speaking for everybody, but typically what I've learned over the last few years is, if I'm an underserved person, those are disqualifying words for me. If makes me think, maybe I'm not. You might, I might not. You know, if you think you might be, like all of those words mean to me, like I hit 75% of the things above, but that 25% might disqualify me. I'm not going to waste anybody's time. Whereas there are a certain fraction of the community that go, I only hit 50% of those, but I'm applying, right? And so we're different people sometimes. But you want to make sure that you're using empowering language. Wouldn't you rather have more applicants than fewer? And so if that is you, make sure you're using inclusive language. Please also limit the number of interviews that an applicant has to go through dependent on the tier that they're applying to. So if I'm coming in at a junior level, entry level position, I shouldn't have to go through 4 interviews, 1 or 2 tops. If I'm applying for a CEO level position, which I never have, but wouldn't that be fun? If I'm applying for a CEO level position, I expect to go through all the hoops, to fly to where you're located, to go through the dinners, meet the people. That's an entirely different level. So make sure that that's commensurate with the level and the tier that you're inviting people to be in. Bonus, ask good interview questions and encourage questions that help applicants make a good decision. You're not just deciding who you're going to hire, they're deciding who they want to work for. And if you make it all about you, they might not want to come to work for you. So make sure that you're encouraging them to ask the questions that matter and giving them the information they need, that if you offer them that job, they can decide that they want to work for your company. And also know what you're legally allowed to ask where you live. So in the United States, for example, there are certain questions we cannot ask. Women typically, prior to some laws coming into effect, were asked, do you have children? Do you plan to have more children? And you don't want to ask those questions because you're not allowed to anymore here. I don't know what it's like outside of the United States, but here we have laws for that. And there are certain questions that you can ask that actually lead you to that information. I don't want anybody to answer those questions either. So if you are asked, for example, what are some of your hobbies? That's another way of saying, do you have children? And what takes your time when you're not with us here? If your hobby is coaching my son's Little League, now you've given away all that information that may disqualify you from applying for or being considered for that position. So make sure that you stick to the questions that are very pertinent to the job itself. And I promise we're going to have room for questions at the end. But I'm going to move on to job seekers because I'm paying attention to the time here. If you're searching for a job in WordPress, there are some things you can do to boost your likelihood of getting an interview. First of all, you want to have a rockin' resume. I almost said a word in here that would have got me kicked off of the live stream, but you know what I mean. It starts with kick. You want a kick-rockin' resume. There are so many different kinds of resumes you can do today. So we're pretty, like I was raised, a lot of us are raised to have a chronological resume. You put your work experience at the top, you put your college experience at the bottom, any additional things like back in the day, CPR certified and all of those things. And I know how to use Microsoft Excel and the things that we don't care about anymore because everybody knows how to use those things, right? But back in the day, when the internet was new, and I was there for that, it was a little bit different, the things that we would put in there. So, but we have chronological resumes, which are still fine. There are functional resumes, which let you talk about the work that you do grouped together. So if I've done a ton of marketing work, I can talk about the marketing experience I have. I can talk about the social media experience I have, and those things are all put separately on the resume, not necessarily chronological order. There are video. You can do video resumes now. I do not recommend these, but you can do video resumes now. There are infographic resumes. Now, if you are looking for a job, say in marketing, an infographic might be really cool because it shows that you have some marketing chops, you know what you're doing, but also read the room and look at the place where you're applying for and see if that's something that really feels like it fits that culture. And there's also hybrid ones. So you can have hybrid ones that are a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I recommend that you go for the one that feels most like you. And if it disqualifies you from being able to be hired someplace, maybe that's not the place you wanted to work anyway. But the video ones just take extra work for somebody to go through and watch and write down what you're doing. So it's a little bit extra work for the person who is evaluating those resumes, which means you're probably not going to get as many calls as you think you might by doing something that feels avant-garde or a little bit out there. So think about it, what you do. Also, do your research. Be diligent in your application. I cannot tell you how many applications I've seen over the years that's, let's say when I was working at Give, that said, I would love to apply for this position at not Give company. And so if you are referring to a company that is not the company you're applying to, you're not going to be called in for an interview because your attention to detail is not very good at that point. So you want to make sure that you're very, your attention to detail is there. And that comes to also spelling and capitalization. I have seen so many debates on social media about would you disqualify somebody if they put a lowercase p in WordPress? Right? And there's there's two factions. Okay, show of hands, if somebody applied to work with you in lowercase p, would you still consider them? Raise your hand. And it does depend. But if you absolutely would not consider them, raise your hand, right? And you're both right? Either side of that, because it really does depend. And sometimes sometimes it's a typo, which we hate typos when you're applying for a job, but they're legitimate. Sometimes it's culture. Sometimes it's somebody who is not part of WordPress and is trying to get into WordPress. So maybe have a little bit of, understanding. But if you are also somebody who's looking to make sure there are no misplaced commas and semicolons, then maybe you want somebody who uses capital P. It's really up to you. But I'm just saying, do your due diligence and make sure that everything is spelled correctly. Polish up your social profiles, especially your LinkedIn profile. Get as many people to write recommendations for you on LinkedIn. Get people to look at it and give you some feedback. Make sure you've got a cover photo. You've got a great headshot. I'm not a fan of profile pictures that aren't you, especially if you're looking for work. I think my hair is not as purple as it used to be, so my headshots need a little updating. But you still look at the headshot and you're like, oh, that's Michelle. You know that it's me. You want to make sure that your headshot is you, even if it's a year or two old, because people need to know that they're talking to the person that they saw in all these different places. And so that's one of those things that you can do for personal branding, and personal branding is something that will absolutely help you be recognized in the industry as well. Sometimes it really does come down to who you know, but I'm going to suggest that you only ask for assistance from somebody within the company when it's appropriate. Asking a virtual stranger whether they've connected with you on a social platform or not for an intro or recommendation will probably be denied. And I want to have an example here. Earlier this week, like I said before, I post this job thread every week. And it starts out by saying, I am not a hiring manager. Do not contact me about these jobs. Because they're literally just picked up. I've actually outsourced building the list to a fellow in the Philippines who has been working with me for over a year. And he puts those all together. I pull them out and tweet them. He's looking at my list of job places and finding those jobs and putting them together for me. Neither one of us works for those companies. It's just a service that I love our community and try to do. But people don't read. I got a message earlier this week that said, there was no like, hi, I'm so-and-so. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for your work in the community. Like nothing like that. It just said, I have 6+ years of experience in WP. I am plugin developer. I use Vue.js, React.js for fastest and modern plugin interface. I said, I'm a Libra. I enjoy nature photography and building Lego sets. His response was, very cool. Nice to meet you, ma'am. And I was like, that's just not the way to have a conversation with somebody. I have other people constantly pinging me, do you have a job for me yet? Do you have a job for me yet? No, I don't. And last week when I posted jobs, somebody said, I really want to apply for this one. Will you help me build my resume? No, I won't. I do have a service. I could do that for you, but it'll cost you $250. And then he wrote the running away emoji, and I was like, sounds good to me. But you just never know. But if it was somebody that I had worked with before who was looking for a job and said, hey, you know so-and-so, you know my work, could you at least put in a word for me? Yeah, of course I would, right? If you're somebody whose work I admire, who I've worked with before, I have knowledge of how you do business, and I think that you would be awesome in that position, I'm absolutely going to make that connection. If I don't know you, I'm going to tell you I'm a Libra. My birthday's in October, by the way. Bonus, when you do get that interview, make sure you have written down questions that you want to ask the interviewer, because you need to know that you're making a decision that's right for you and anybody who's depending on you in your life, whether that's my cat, Stella, or your children, or whoever in your life, because it's important that you end up working at a place where you, even though it's a ton of work, enjoy the experience, right? So that's something that's important. Ask about the company. Ask about their culture. Ask about job specifics, not just the salary and the benefit. Ask where you fit in the corporate ladder, how the org chart lays out. Ask how long this position has existed. If you're new if this is a new position, how is success going to be measured? How do you know that you're going to be effective in the position? Not only are you learning about the company at that point, they're learning that you are very interested, and they know that you want to fit in as well. And so you're looking for the perfect fit, and they're looking for the perfect fit. And then you're able to have those conversations that actually will allow you to move forward in your search. Now, paying attention to my time here, freelancing. As I said, freelancing is not for the faint of heart. It's not the easy way out. Oh, I can't find a job, I'll just freelance. Because freelancing takes tenacity, a little bit of hubris, a little bit of luck, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of just putting yourself out there. And can an introvert freelance? Absolutely. But do you have to put yourself out of your comfort zone to get those clients, to make those connections? Yeah, sometimes you really do. Do we have any introverts in the crowd? Most of us, I'm obviously not me, but most of us in WordPress fall more on the introverted side than the extroverted side. Those of us in marketing, we're like balancing it for the rest of you, which is a good thing. So what are my tips for freelancing? Network, network, network. You may hate to hear that because you may have an introverted heart, but networking is really the way that you are able to connect with those new customers. Now, networking for me in marketing over the years has turned into events like this, where I apply to speak. Hopefully I get on a stage, but at the very least I am shaking hands, giving hugs, taking selfies, and having a lot of fun with the community. But when I'm looking for web work and when I want to make some money building websites, this isn't the crowd to do it, because you're all doing the same thing too. So when I have been looking for that kind of work in the past, I have joined networking groups. There are homegrown networking groups. There's things like BNI. There's your local chamber of commerce. There's all kinds of things that you can look at. There's meetups in your city for freelancers and things like that where you can actually interact with people who maybe you do marketing and they build websites and you can do some synergy work together. And there's even online events. Speednetworkonline.com is a new one of my projects, where you can meet with people who do other things than you online once a month and have one-on-one conversations. It's like speed dating, but you don't have to decide if you love them at the end. Then I suggest that if you are freelancing, that you buy the right tools for success. It's so hard to spend money when you're freelancing because you're not necessarily, especially when you're getting started, you're not sure that you're always going to have that paycheck coming in because you got to keep hustling for it. But you have to have the tools to do what you need to do to be successful. So some of that might be that you're doing your own bookkeeping and you need something like QuickBooks or something like that to be able to manage your billing, understand what kind of money is coming in, where you have to set money aside, what has to be put to taxes, all of those kinds of things. Memberships can be a great way to invest in a freelancing business. Like I said, Chamber of Commerce, there's usually an annual fee for that. BNI has fees. There's hardly any organization anymore that doesn't charge something to be part of. But choosing those well can really help you advance your career. And then when you can, outsource what you can as soon as you can. I hate billing people. So I always find a bookkeeper that I can build a website for in exchange for a year of bookkeeping. And so I have somebody, and then at the end of that, if I know they're really good, I'll pay them for sure, or whatever. And sometimes you just pay them because that's what you have to do. But having somebody who was good at sending out those invoices and getting them paid, as opposed to me just doing all the work going, I hate asking people for money. No, don't be that person. Don't be me. Make sure that you find somebody who can help you do those things that you do not excel at. Marketing is another one. So if you are a developer and you're making this plugin and you want to sell this plugin, but you're an amazing developer, perhaps you need to find somebody who's freelance marketing to help you move the needle on how that plugin is being sold. So there's lots of different ways that you can use other people as an outsource. Advertising, marketing is some of those. And in development, I'm not a developer, so if I want to build something and I don't know how to make it work, I got to find somebody who can put it all under the hood together for me. And so I have partnered up with people for different projects in the past for that as well. Use your calendar and block off personal time and family time. Because when you're freelancing, it's hard to walk away from the desk when you're in the middle of work that, number one, you're enjoying. Number two, you feel deadlines approaching. But if you completely deplete yourself, you're completely depleted, you have nothing left to give, you can't move forward. You're not good for your family, your friends, yourself, and you're not doing your customers any service either. So make sure as a freelancer that you are absolutely carving out time for yourself, because if you don't, you can't bring anything else to the table either. It closed out on me. There we go. And then only take on work that matches your vibe. So I have a book out there. I'm happy to share that later. But I have a book that I wrote on small business. And one of those is that qualify your customers, qualify your clients. I had an experience with 2 phone calls in the same day the first time I was freelancing. And the first one, this was a lovely woman. She said, I got your name from this other person that was a mutual. And I heard you build websites. I need a website that's just 4 pages and only is this, and how much would that cost? And just and only are very big red flags. If you've never heard somebody, I only need a few, and then it turns into, and a WooCommerce solution, if you will. And there's only 1,000 SKUs in it, and we also need, so it definitely snowballs from there. She was lovely. I told her what my starting fee was, and this was years ago. It was $1,000. It would be much more today, but this was over 10 years ago. So it was $1,000, and she said, oh my, you must be very good at what you do. Unfortunately, I can't afford that right now, but when I make it big, I'm coming back to you to build my website. I said, I wish you well. Here's some things you can consider as an alternative until then, etc. That afternoon, I get a phone call. Again, a referral from the bank manager in town. Hey, I have this band, and we need a website, and it's only 4 pages, and it only needs this, and it's just that. And I said, oh, okay, so tell me a little bit more. And he said, well, how much is it going to be? I said, well, it really depends, but, a base I start at $1,000. And he let loose with a string of expletives that I would tell you if I wasn't being recorded, right? But, who the H do you think you are to charge that effing much, et cetera, right? And I'm like, who do you think you are to talk to me like that, right? I said, well, clearly you are not my client. And he took offense at that, and I don't care. I said, you told me it was going to be 3 pages, that you needed a home page, a contact page, and an about us page. Don't you need a page showing your gigs? Well, yeah, we need that too. Do you want a page that talks about the history of your band? Do you want a page for each of your members? Well, yeah. So you're up to 10 pages now. You do realize that this is getting bigger as we go. Do you need a contact us page? Well, yeah, people need to be able to, okay. So you see where I'm going, sir? Have a good day. But those both happened in the same day. One was perfectly lovely. I would love to have her as a client if she had reached the point where she could afford what I was doing. The other, I don't care if he came back and said, I got 10 grand for you. Like, you better move on to somebody else, dude, because you are not my client. And so you really have to be careful. You want to make sure that you're qualifying your clients to be able to know that the people you're working with as a freelancer are people that aren't going to take advantage of you, because we all know what scope creep is. And those are the people, the justs and onlys are the scope creepers. So make sure that you're taking that into effect. Finally, I'm going to say, regardless of where you are, whether you're hiring and you're already in a company, whether you're looking for upward mobility, whether you are applying for your first job, and if you're freelancing, most jobs are rungs on a ladder that you're allowed to want to climb. And I'll say that again, you're allowed to want to climb. Because when you interview for another job, where do you see yourself in 5 years is ridiculous, right? Like, we all have a lie for that one, because the truth is, I don't even know where I see myself sometimes. And, well, not working here is not a good answer. And in your job is not a good answer. So, there's really not a good answer, right? But you're allowed to want to climb the corporate ladder. It's okay to say, I'm really looking to apply for this job because I want to work within this company. I like this company, and my goal would be to climb the ladder within it and continue to do good work for you, right? That's okay. Sometimes people say, well, it sounds like it's after my job, right? Kind of thing. But you're allowed to want to do that. Nobody expects you to come in at a junior level and stay there forever. So it's okay to have those ambitions. It's okay to ask for help. You want to be true to yourself, but it's also okay to ask for help. There are people who will help you with resume development and help take what you have, make it look phenomenal. Not lie about who you are, but take the experiences that you have and put them on paper, or digital paper, in a way that makes you sound even better with the things that you actually did. But so many of us don't know how to do that. So it's okay to hire somebody to help you with your resume. It's okay to hire an interview coach. It is wonderful to hire an interview. It's amazing. You should hire an interview coach, because they will ask you questions that will put you in that hot seat and help you think through what those answers are before you're actually in the hot seat wondering what you're going to answer. So whether it's somebody that volunteers with you or you hire somebody, please get yourself an interview coach who will help you work through that before you have your next interview. Job coaching, the same. It is wonderful to have a job coach who will help you move ahead. For women in WordPress, we have WPincludes.me. It is a women mentoring women in WordPress to help them climb the corporate ladder. So if you're a director or a higher level, you are helping women who are at the entry or mid-level climb that ladder into that C-suite, because we want to see more women take positions of authority within WordPress as well. So those kinds of things, whether it's a voluntary thing or you hire somebody, are so, so good for you to understand how you want to move forward. And did I mention networking? Because networking is really important. I will say, whichever role you're in, whatever your goals are, I really do wish you the greatest success. And while I will not do your resume for free, I am also happy to be a resource. So if you do have questions, I'm always happy to answer them. Yes, now we are at the Q&A portion. I have 9 minutes and 35 seconds, so I wanted to save some time for that. Whether you're job searching, hiring, freelancing, you want to talk about emotions, etc., we can do that. And then the other thing that I am going to share with you is, my slides are not very helpful to you because it's like, let's talk, right? But this page, if you QR code this, and if the QR code doesn't work, please just take a picture and note the URL. I have created a page of career resources for you. I'll tell you a little bit about what's on it. Job boards, links to job boards and job links. Links for resume help, and really great resources for how to put together a resume. Job search help, how to do job searching, how to do networking, leveraging LinkedIn, and then a whole bunch about your mental health. If you've been laid off, you know how hard that is to go through. If you've been fired, you know how difficult that feels. And your mental health takes a beating when those things happen. I know, I've been there. And so I've put together some mental health resources for you as well. A lot of those I wrote, so you'll hear my voice in your head when you read them. I'm sorry in advance, but that's how it works. But I put together a whole page of resources. So if you are somebody who's in any of those positions, I do hope that you find this useful to you. There are microphones in the middle of the aisles. If you have questions, if I didn't hit all the answers, please feel free to ask a question, and I'd be happy to answer as best I can. Charlene has a question. Can somebody bring Charlene a microphone, too? Oh, okay.
I can be heard.
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. Hold, please. Oh, okay. Let me know.
It's got to be on the recording, that's why.
Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't go to the live feed if you don't talk. Thank you. I just had a quick question. You used the acronym BNI.
Yeah, sorry.
What is that?
Thank you. I am a horrible person for using acronyms sometimes. Business Networking International. I've never been a member of it. I understand it is quite pricey, but so many people are members of it. And when you are a member of a networking group, you are the only person in your group that does your job. So you are the only web designer, you are the only marketer, those kinds of things. And so it's very helpful if you get into one of those groups and other people can refer business to you. Thank you for asking.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Cami.
15-year BNI member. I'll just say that right now. I would like to ask you, for somebody who's just trying to break into WordPress, into this industry for the very first time, what is your best piece of advice for them?
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that. That is a good question. If you are just trying to break in, I suggest attending as many events as possible, whether it's local or online. Meetups are great ways to meet people and learn more about the industry, because we are a very specific industry. There's nothing like us out there as far as a community built around a software. So we are very special and unique, and you can absolutely get a job doing WordPress in a company that has no idea that there's a whole community out here and do a good job, but you could really learn more about what the community is about and what we do in WordPress if you are doing some networking through some of those events. So learn the software, learn it well, learn it deeply. I think I heard that somewhere once. And then also do your networking.
Michelle, quick question.
Yes.
I've been doing this for 12 years. A lot of people within the community know me. I manage over 500 sites between direct and agency sites I support. I love giving back. I'm active in many of the same Facebook groups that many folks are in. How can I better get in contact with the plugin and theme authors to say, hey, I'm here as a resource. Feel free. I'm not necessarily looking for a job, but let me be a resource and help support you and get your word out there.
Yeah. I would say there's a lot of membership groups where there's a lot of groups, like subgroups within them. For example, Post Status, Cami has her Webcami Cafe. There's a lot of groups like that. There's Facebook groups where you can reach out to individuals or to subgroups of the community and offer your services that way. I think that's probably the best way. And also just post it online. And then what I do is ask somebody that you know to repost it so it goes a little bit further. That's a little marketing trick if you didn't know it. Like reaching out to somebody going, I posted this really cool thing. Will you retweet it for me? It works.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks for being here. My name is Gray. I've been a freelancer mostly for like 18 years. I've worked for agencies off and on. I've worked in, and one time, my favorite job was when I got to work inside an internal marketing team and just service them. And
oh, nice.
I didn't have to context switch. and I got to take the evenings off, and I was with my kids then.
Even better.
And so I am really good at freelancing, and I have great referral network to get me new gigs.
Yeah.
But I don't want gigs anymore. Like
Is there a question here? Or
so the question is, how does one move from the freelancing agency world to be an internal agency within a larger organization?
Yeah,
I know that's a coveted position, and no one's given me the secret yet.
Those are few and far between, of course. As somebody who works in community and wants a job in community at a bigger company, those jobs are all filled also, so I totally get it. It's really still about the networking and making connections within the companies that you're thinking about. It's who you know when you're doing those kinds of things. I wish I had a better answer, but yeah, it's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm sorry. If I had a magic spell, I would give it to you, I promise. Hi.
Hi, I'm wondering if you have any specific advice for someone looking to hire like contractors part-time, kind of on it, so not really like
A full-time position.
right, or even like a part-time with benefits kind of thing, more
Yeah.
just extra help. Because I've done that, but I feel like there's a better way to go about it. Yeah.
Wait, we're answering our own questions now.
He has an answer for me, so
Yeah,
maybe
go
you
for it.
both can answer.
Yeah.
So that it is on the record. The answer for that is you want good referrals from other agency owners who are potentially doing time sharing with those freelancers. There is a Slack group I'm part of, growyouраgency.com, and you can apply there. And we've got lots of Slack channels that you can point at.
And you can also post for gig work. It doesn't have to be full-time or part-time, endless. You can post for gig work on your own site and on other sites as well, saying it's a limited time for this project we're looking for, and this is what we expect to pay out for that. And people are looking for gig work all the time. You're welcome.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Christina. How are
Christina
you?
Hills. I teach WordPress, and I'm always looking for customer service people. So, and I don't know if I've talked to you directly about this, but I'm looking for folks who want to be trained by me at a way reduced rate, practically free, because I want to train people and then either hire them myself or make recommendations to others like, hey, this person went through my program, they know WordPress, they can help you. So I would love to connect with you about that.
Let's talk afterwards, for sure.
Yeah, I used to have a resource and I lost that, but when being hired, there's more to your skills. There's like, do you have follow-up? Do you show up? Do you do what you say you're going to do? So I'm looking to connect and have a win-win situation. So if anybody wants to talk to me about this, I would love to.
Yeah, let's
talk to
connect
folks.
over lunch maybe.
Okay,
yeah,
sounds
good. We have time for one more question, and I see somebody standing, so you're bringing up the last one.
Okay, I'll be really quick.
Sure.
Tom D, I'm an independent contractor.
Hi, Tom.
First of all, based on what Gray and Philip and what was your name again? My name is Rachel. And Rachel, I don't work for Alignable or Virtual Vocations, but I've gotten some good leads with them, and they're great, so check those out. My specific question is that I've been a WordPress designer and developer for 13 years and was let go, thanks, a year and a half ago. It happens.
It does.
So yes or no, include the years that I was with the previous companies or no?
Yes.
On my resume.
I do. I did good work there, and even though my position was terminated, it's still work that I'm very proud of. And so I say if it's work that you've done, I would probably put that in a functional resume and just list it with all of the other things that you've done as opposed to chronological, and be proud of the work that you've accomplished. Absolutely.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everybody so much for being here today. 4 seconds, we did it. Thank you very much. And I'm around until the rest of the week if you have specific questions. Sometimes people don't want to ask in front of a whole group, but I'm always happy to answer them. So thank you for being here. Is good? Okay, good.
Thank you, Michelle. It's now time to move to your next session, which will start in 15 minutes at 11:30 a.m. Thank you.
Do you just feel like there is no just left to see? Do you just wanna to rewriting down your script? It's all for sure, you didn't know. I wonder what it meant to be. If I let go, so let it flow. I think there's more in me. I just need a break. I'll take what you think. I just need to break. When you first said it was over, yeah, it all went black. Didn't get any closure, like a heart attack. But then you came back with flowers, explaining for hours how you intend on winning me back. How could I have known you were still half detached? And I hoped things would change, but I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time do a better job and cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. I bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'm all for second chances, but I'm not that dumb. You love to take advantage, and it always stung. But I'm not afraid to say that I'm pulling away, 'cause I'm done biting my tongue. You wanna try and have it all, then brace for the fall. I hoped things would change, but I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time do a better job and cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. I bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. One day I'll be friends with her. One day, yeah, I'll comfort her. 'Cause one day you're gonna break her heart. 'Cause you love breaking hearts, breaking scars. I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time do better job to cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'd be strong enough to leave you. shining 24/7. 'Cause when we're together, it feels like we're in heaven. If it will get dark, you'll be my million stars. I know I can lean on you. Ooh, you catch me like a leaf falling from a tree. If I'll be a shooting star, you make a wish. No, I don't fake this kind of feeling, never felt so real. My heart is on the table 'cause you're my everything. I do, I wanna marry you. 'Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good. When I wake up in the morning and I see your face, I'm becoming blind by your dazzling grace. What a beautiful feeling to be close to you. There's nothing else I wanna do. Ooh, and from the fields of flowers you chose to pick me. You're spreading sugar on my misery. And I don't fake this kind of feeling, never felt so real. My heart is on the table 'cause you're my everything. I do, I wanna marry you. 'Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good. And I do, I wanna marry you. 'Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good.
Welcome back everyone. Our next speaker is Bud Cross with using low vision as my tool to help me teach WordPress. Bud has been involved with WordPress for over 14 years as an instructor, site developer and content creator. A familiar face in the WordPress community since before his first talk at WordCamp New York City in 2017. Bud now focuses on creating educational WordPress content and working closely with clients as a content creative. He has contributed lessons to learn WordPress, host the weekly Seriously Bud podcast, and was recognized as a person of WordPress in 2022. Bud lives and breathes the WordPress community and loves connecting with fellow enthusiasts. Please welcome Bud.
Well, if I'm not visually impaired, I am now when you look at these lights. So how's everybody doing? Good morning, good afternoon, I guess wherever you are, especially the people that are looking online. Thank you to the organizers of WordCamp US and everybody that's involved, the volunteers, the tech team, wow. And especially the people who have come to this talk. I don't know why you would come to this talk. No, I shouldn't say that. But thank you for doing that. And so let's get started because I know we're on a timer. And I'm going to actually sit down here to make it a little easier, I suppose. Yes, I'm going to be talking about using low vision as my tool to help me teach WordPress. Sounds like a crazy title. Anyway, here I am, Bud Krause. Now, yes, I have a new hat because my wife wanted to upgrade me. And I do actually two different things. One is that I create WordPress content for WordPress businesses. That means articles, tutorials, videos, all that kind of stuff. I love it. It's like, in 2 words, I'm a technical writer. And the other thing I do is I have this podcast called Seriously Bud, where every Friday at 8 o'clock, don't stop. Keep going. No, wait a minute, I only have 41 minutes left, so, it's a podcast where I do an unexpected conversation with somebody in the WordPress community. We don't do the WordPress journey stuff, we talk about your life, which is really cool because there's so many amazing people in this world. Anyway, so what am I not going to be talking about? All the technical stuff, okay? Because this is not that talk. It's not about WCAG, a most inaccessible word if I ever heard of one, and markup and ARIA and compliance and all that stuff and all tags. And no, that's not what this is, okay? I don't even know that much about that stuff anyway. But before we go any further, we are going to do a quiz. So beam your cell phone on that code, or if you're at home or wherever you are, you want to follow along with this interactive survey. Excuse me, go to joyofwp.com/survey, and you're going to find 4 questions. And I'll give you a minute or so to fill out. Some of the questions are easy. I think they're all easy, actually, but I know the answers. And when you're done, I will give you another 10 seconds. I'm generous. And then we're going to tabulate the answers. And, okay, time's up. Excuse me. Let's find out maybe I should have some water. That's what this is for, right? And let's find out the answers. Now, the answers are going to be read to me because I don't know what the answers are. Here we go.
The first question, Bud, was the only thing to do for a person with low vision is to make text larger.
No.
And their choices were true or false.
And how we do?
Well, 100% people said true.
Okay, so I gave you that one, okay? It's kind of obvious. All right, number 2.
Number 2, which of the following present difficulties for people with low vision? There were 4 answers: stairways, bumping into objects, recognizing faces, and bright sunlight. They could choose as many as they thought were correct.
And?
And, well, 100% of the people said stairways. No one said bumping into objects. And we got a 50-50 on recognizing faces and bright sunlight.
Wait a minute, we have some people saying that they did. The bottom line is they're all problems for some people, because people with vision disability or vision loss presents different issues for different people. It's not just one standard. Okay, number 3.
Question number 3 was, eyeglasses are used to correct vision to 20/20. And it was a true or false?
And the answer is false. But until today, because my glasses were just clean and I could see everything. Well, I could see the 2 bright lights.
Well, the good news is 100% of people answering got that correct.
Yeah, okay. And the next, I gave you easy ones. Okay, and the next one?
And the very last question, if you lose vision, does your sense of smell get better? It's a yes or no.
And?
100% of the people said yes.
And you're all wrong.
Oh.
At least in my case, and let me explain. In my case, it was touch. Touch is what I use as a substitute for vision. And I didn't know that until many years after having the condition, that when I wanted to see something, I needed it to be in my hand. And the combination of the vision that I have and my sense of touch, which has gotten really exquisite, made me see what the object was. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people who are blind or legally blind, when they walk down steps, they curl their feet around the corners of the steps so that they know where the edges are. I do that kind of thing too. Okay, so now that we got this fabulous quiz done, let's talk about what is age-related macular degeneration, which is what I have, and sorry I keep doing that, which is what I was diagnosed when I was 37 years old. So this is something that I'm quite familiar with. And it is the leading cause of legal blindness in the United States. All right, but how do we know? Or what does it look like? So I'm glad you asked that question. So I say, be careful here because, when you watch TV, it says the following images may be disturbing. And I'm telling you, they may be disturbing. Okay. So here's like what I sort of see. All right. So obviously the left side is good vision, the right side not so good. There's a big black scotoma that indicates a destruction of central vision, which is the hallmark of macular degeneration. Now, my scotoma doesn't quite look like that, but a lot of people who really are in bad shape with this condition will have this kind of vision. Here's another example. I look a little more like this, as far as I know. This is sort of more how I see. You'll notice, though, in both cases, and here's another one, that the peripheral vision is fine. And because periphery is fine, and people like me don't bump into things. We don't need white canes, we don't need dogs, we don't need that kind of stuff. It's just straight ahead. In fact, I was thinking before, if you just put your arms out like this, and you just try to look through your fist, that's sort of like how I see things, or don't see things. All right, how do they test for macular degeneration? Because you may have a parent or whatever that's like, my mother's getting or my grandmother or whatever. So what they do is they give you this test called the Amsler grid. And if everything is good, all these little boxes, the horizontal and vertical lines, line up perfectly. But if not, this is what you're going to see. And like, ugh. So something is wrong. And this is basically how the first test I ever had was something like this. Wasn't as pronounced. It was much smaller. It was one eye. But I knew when I saw that, I said, ugh, that's probably not the way you're supposed to look at this thing. And that's definitely a classic example. Here's another example of what it might look like, I think in a more advanced case. Okay, little AMD factoids. Now, I know they don't use the word factoids anymore, but a couple of, little facts about what macular degeneration is. There's 2 kinds. There's the wet and dry kind. And the common symptoms, well, in both cases, glasses and oh, okay, I just heard I thought I was hearing things. All right. In both cases, is there a sound coming out of somewhere?
It's coming from the front row. He's trying to turn his phone off.
All right. Very good. Okay. In both cases, they're not correctable by, it's irreversible, and it's not correctable by glasses, all right? The dry kind is a more prevalent, about 90% of people have the dry kind, 10% have the wet kind. Of course, I have the wet kind, which is the worst. Its hallmark is the rapid loss of vision. What's going on, in a nutshell, when somebody is newly diagnosed, there's these tiny hair-like vessels grow into the retina, and they start to leak and destroy the retina. And that's not good, and that's really, in essence, what wet macular degeneration is. It's fairly prevalent. You see 200 million people around the world have it, 20 million here, and it's expected to go to 288 million in 2040. And this is one of my favorites, the risk factors. Okay, age. Well, yeah, but I was 37, so there is a juvenile form of the condition. Whether you're a woman, you're more likely to get the condition. White, Caucasian, yes. And then the usuals, obesity, smoking, and genetics, thanks mom, all right, because she had it, and we think my grandfather had it. So that's where I think, all this came from. So anyway, now, I see things in a little different ways, you can kind of imagine. And these are the 4 areas that I'm just going to talk briefly about. One is my depth of field is terrible. And that's why everything sort of appears very flat to me. And I walk down steps like an old man. Yes, I know I'm an old man, stop it. But I walked down steps like an old man when I was 37, so that was a problem then. Color blindness, well, you would sort of expect I might have a problem with color, reds and greens and so forth. I have a real hard time distinguishing. Contrast is a real problem for me. I usually pump up everything to like really bright so I can see it on my screen. And something I call the prism effect, although what happens is I have the condition in both eyes and they don't function together. And so I have sort of this split prism vision of everything. Now it would drive, if you saw what I saw like right now, it would just drive you crazy. And to me, it's just like being right-handed. It's like no big deal. So how do I do all this stuff? Well, I have 3 keywords here: Zoom, audio, and touch. So I have this little video to play. Let's see if I can get to that. We're going to see it right now. It's about 8 minutes or so, and it's going to show you what do I do to make my life easier using a computer. And it's not so much WordPress yet. We'll get to that in a little bit, but what do I do? Remember, very idiosyncratic, as I'm about to say, because everybody does these things, or people with disabilities use technology. Every one of these is just every person just does the stuff differently. Okay, let's roll tape. Welcome to my world of settings and preference changes. Now, I use Ventura on a Mac OS. It's the most recent version. Okay, so it's not the most recent version. Okay, so this is a little dated. That's why I just wanted to interject that, but okay. Of Mac. And I'm going to take you through some of the highlights and the key settings that I use for my computer. Now keep in mind, everybody with some kind of impairment or disability will be using different settings. This is very idiosyncratic just for me, and that's the key, is that there are plenty of choices that are built into the operating system for a user to have at their disposal, and here are mine. So the first thing I'm going to show you is display right over here, and this is the display driver. I use a pretty low resolution, 1280 pixels by 720 pixels, and if I wanted to change the display, I would just click on that. You can see the Mac OS has quite a few different display drivers, which is good. Now, bad thing is, I believe it's with this operating system, they no longer make it easy for you to change the brightness of your screen. If I go over here, you'll see the display brightness. You can't do it through the operating system anymore. You have to do it through the monitor itself. I don't like it. Now, if I was using a Mac monitor, no problem. But what Apple is saying is we no longer give you the ability to change the brightness because there are so many different monitors out there. Do it through your monitor settings, which I'm not going to show you, but that's exactly what I did. Now also we have accessibility settings. I think some of these settings are so important, they shouldn't even put it into accessibility, they just put it into all these other options over here. That's just my editorial comment. And I don't use everything, so for example, I don't use VoiceOver, a way of listening to actions and functions taking place on the computer. No, I don't use that. I certainly use Zoom. And so the way I have this set is when I press the Command key and I scroll like this with my mouse, I can see this much better. I can really zoom in, and sometimes I go crazy and zoom all the way in. And you get this effect of going back and forth a lot, but at least I get the job done. Also, there is a display area in accessibility. And this is different than the display driver for the monitor. And let's just take a look over here. I'm going to actually zoom in and show you how I do this. If I wanted to invert the colors, now a lot of people like this. It's what I call the ultimate in dark mode, but I don't. But many people, as I've said, who have vision impairments will definitely use this reverse mode. Let's skip down a little bit over here and look at increased contrast. Well, I definitely want high contrast because it just makes things easier. If I were to turn this off, yeah, you can see. It makes it hard for me to see. So I'm going with that. Reduce transparency. Let's go down to over here, and I have display contrast. Well, very important. Again, contrast is a big deal. You can see it gets really washed out, at least for me. I pushed it way up over here. Now, it's funny they call this normal, huh? So if I went all the way out to here, let's see what we have. Well, that's a little bit too...
Now, I don't think you're seeing some of the results of this because of the way it's recorded. So I'm realizing, like, you're not really seeing the effect of all this. At least I don't think so. And I think it's the way the recording technology that was involved.
Too hard for me to see. So it's just easier if I move it back to right about where it was like this. That's fine. If I scroll down a little bit more, the pointer, that is this over here, I can adjust that too. And you can see I've pushed it all the way up to the largest possible size. Now I can change that, of course, to make it smaller. It really makes it hard for me to find where the pointer is. And I just found out a little bit ago that you can change the color of the pointer. That's interesting. Now I don't use this color filters option over here, so I'm going to bypass that. Let's go over here and look at spoken content. Click on that over here. Now this one I use all the time. So in addition to zooming, the other way that I understand content is to use this control right over here. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to move this out over here, and I've got this text document over here that I am writing for a post on my website about being chosen to speak at WordCamp Europe. Now, let me just show you this right over here, or you can listen to this. And I'm going to select these 3 paragraphs. And by the way, if you haven't noticed, the font's much bigger than it would normally be. And it makes it easier for me to see. And what I'll do is just press Command and B.
A couple of years ago, I was watching a live stream from Paris. It was WordCamp Europe 2017. Or maybe it was WordCamp 2018 from Belgrade. Or maybe WCEU coming from Berlin. Looking back, it doesn't really matter. All I thought was, wouldn't it be cool to go to WordCamp Europe one day?
Now, when I do that, you can see the visual control goes away, so I can't pause it anymore, and it just stops, which is a little bit inconvenient. Sometimes I wish there were a pause operation available.
I think it's been changed so that it doesn't disappear anymore when you pause. Okay.
Either just start or stop. Now you might be wondering, how do I even understand what I just heard? And yes, over time I've gotten adjusted and used to hearing speech at a much faster rate than most people can understand. This also has the interesting ability to do the following. Let's just zoom in over here. I sort of use a combination of zooming and text-to-speech. So we've got this option over here. Oh yes, I can change the person that's speaking. But I've been with Samantha so long, I just stay with her. And for the speech
I'm loyal.
rate, you can see I can change it to tortoise or hare, which is what these little symbols are, I guess. Now down over here, let me scroll, let me push this out a little bit, because even my wife always says it's too close, too big, which makes it hard for her to see. Anyway, I'm going to go over here, let's see. Speaking announcements, fine. This is the one I want to show you. I put this on over here. So this is very interesting. So I don't use this, as you can tell, but
Speak announcements.
so wherever,
Control center.
so that's very good.
Privacy and security. Desktop
Now,
and dock.
Now you might be wondering, well, what about like third-party applications? Will it work? I can't tell you that. It probably does, but it's certainly going to work for all Apple-based products. Now I'm going to turn this off. Okay, I'll show you one other option here too. Again, this is not what I use, but just to give you a little touch of something that you probably don't know much about is
Capital H E O E here is W-A-X-Y. Cap A-X-O-2-A-Y.
Okay, now what about if I wanted to hear the whole thing? I'm just going to highlight it like so.
Here is what I have to say.
All right, not bad. And that's a pretty good overview of the things that I use. Now, you notice I don't use dictation, and there's a whole lot of other things that I could use, but as I'm a very big proponent of only using the technology that you really need. And what do these technologies do? They provide alternatives for a person like me so that I can access and understand information in a way that I would not otherwise have been able to.
Okay, so you get an idea of the kinds of things, that I've done with my system. Again, very different for everybody that has a disability. Now, another thing I do is I recognize patterns, and I think pattern recognition is a very low level of understanding things, and patterns are really important to me. In fact, so important that when people change the user interfaces of their websites, or anything for that matter, it just can drive me crazy. I'll give you for example, when you do those card things, you pay for something. Every machine now is different. Tap, slide, stick, whatever. Well, there's no patterns to this, and it just can drive me crazy. So recognizing patterns is a very important way of learning and understanding for me. It's really a big deal. So for example, as a teacher, and we're going to get into all the teacher stuff in a minute, this was easy for me to teach because there was a recognizable pattern. All tags have open and closing tags, simple. Also pretty simple, CSS, it's got a recognizable pattern, right? Style properties and so on, values. So that was pretty easy because of the recognizable syntax, or the pattern syntax. Not so easy, PHP. So I still struggle with it because it's not, there's no pattern to it, if you will. JavaScript, even harder for me. So those things always held me back until AI, and then everything changed. Okay. And then, let me see, what about teaching WordPress? Yes, because there must be a connection between low vision and teaching WordPress. Yes, there is. So, and why the low vision made me a better teacher. For one thing, I can't wing it, okay? In fact, today, I have it all memorized because I can't read anything, or very little. So I have to walk into class knowing what's the beginning, a middle, and an end. I have to know everything, where I'm starting, where I'm going, the whole bit, because I know that I'm not the kind of person that can just walk in and just say, okay, let's just review these 10 websites today. It's not going to happen. So being prepared, I think, made me a better teacher. Another thing that I learned to do is define everything. This is one of the hallmarks of accessibility, is define everything. So all the terminology I would use in class, like page, post, meta box, whatever, I learned all that stuff so I can define what this stuff is so that people would understand it. I wouldn't just leave them hanging. If I introduced a term like taxonomy, then I'd have to stop and say that a taxonomy is, and I would go ahead and define it. Another thing that's a real hallmark and principle of accessibility is grouping things. So I learned in class that I would group either material, design, ideas, whatever, it became, the whole concept of grouping was very important. And it really is in accessible design. So, okay. Now, another thing I learned is I have to have patience, not just with my students, but with myself, because the tendency is to be impatient, and then it's just harder to learn. So it turned out that it takes me longer to learn things than other people, but I tend to also learn it a little deeper than other people too. But yeah, I had to learn how to have patience with students. And then I do get by with a little help from my friends. So I'm not afraid to ask people anymore, hey, can you help me read this or see this, or
what am I eating? So, yeah, because sometimes I don't know what I'm eating, and that has not always been a pleasant experience. So I do that. And low vision, I don't know why I have this picture, okay? I must tell you, there's no rhyme or reason to this picture, but I just like it, so it's there. And low vision is my very own special app. And by that I mean, it's the filter upon which, obviously, that I see the world. And that, yes, I do see things differently, but it's also makes it easier for me to understand this isn't accessible, this isn't usable, this isn't whatever, because if it's not working for me, chances are it's not as good as it could be for everyone else. Yeah, I learned that, and that's it. I'm about to leave. So thank you for coming, but wait a minute, there's more. Hold on, we're not done. This is my favorite part of the talk, okay? 4 things about, that vision impairment is not the worst thing in the world. It sounds pretty bad, but I've learned, no. It's actually, in many ways, I've come to understand after all these years, it's not only not a curse, it's really a blessing. I know that sounds weird, but I've been able to do a lot of things, see a lot of things, talk to a lot of people that I would have never had the chance to do. Like, for example, right here, you get to speak at WordCamp US. I don't know if I'd ever be able to do that without being visually impaired, so who knows. What do I have over here?
You don't see anyone growing old.
That's right. And that's really the real good thing, is that because my central vision is just a mess, I don't see wrinkles, I don't see stuff like that on people. And it's really nice. And I don't even see it on me, which is even the best. So, yeah, that's why I think like I'm like 25, and I know I'm not 25. So, yeah, that's a real blessing about vision impairment. Here's another one that's, I think, is that, you tend to not see all the junk food in the grocery stores. And you tend to, it's easier to see the fruit and vegetables than all the junk food. And, of course, the last one, this is, you can go to any party and get as drunk as you want because you're not the one that's driving home. So, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, man, you can go ahead and clap because that's the best line I've got. Yeah. It's really true. Like I said, again, it sounds like a curse. But I have learned it's really a blessing. But when I first got this, blessing wasn't exactly what I had in my mind because, you're 37 years old, you got 2 little kids. It's devastating. How am I going to ever go forward with this? And it takes a long time. If you're familiar with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and the grief model, and you go from grief and, until you get to bargaining, and then you get to acceptance, and then you get to who knows what. But, it does work. It just takes time. Okay, we got a bunch of microphones. So would somebody please, because otherwise, yeah, any questions? I can't see anything.
Their way.
Okay.
So do you have any experience with Accessibility or Accessibility? It's a widget for Word websites. Just wondering if you were
Why don't you say it again, because I think I'm hearing impaired too now. So
Accessibility. It's a widget that you can add, and it will essentially make all of the adjustments for visually impaired or ADHD, seizure sensitive.
So are you the developer?
No.
Okay. No, but tell me a little bit more about it. Is it something that it's on the front end of the site, that people can adjust the text easier?
Yeah, essentially that's it. So my developer was saying it's a distraction for people who have disabilities because they already have that set up on their end.
See, I think so too, because people in my category, if you will, we know how to make things, we know how to zoom in, make things bigger with keystrokes, with the mouse, with whatever. So I sometimes wonder the value of something like that. We're gone are the days where everything was like in hard-coded, pixel-sized 12-point, you couldn't, it wasn't fluid. So, yeah, design has come a long way for people like me, and so has technology.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Bud.
Yes.
It's Cammie.
Oh, Cammie.
I'm really glad you can't see my wrinkles. That made my day.
I was just kidding. I didn't mean that.
I really wanted to ask you about alt text and how we approach that in web designs. And, you know, it's always a push and pull with the client that maybe wants to utilize the image to get a message out versus really describing what the image is and what's the best approach to that.
Yeah, okay. I have a couple rules or ideas on this. One is, if for any reason you have graphical text in your graphics, which is kind of ridiculous at this point, but I know people still do, then all of that should be in the alternative text description, because you remember, assistive technology like JAWS and some of that fancy stuff is going to read that out loud. So that would be a minimum. But I would also describe, so if, assuming you don't have that situation, then I would describe the purpose of the image or what the image is. You know, headshot of Cami McNamara, something like that, you know. Yeah, you just think of like, well, if you couldn't see this image, how would you describe it? And that answers, and I know some people, you know, a lot of people say, well, it's for SEO. No, first and foremost, it's assistive, you know, technology. That's what it's for. So, you know, that would be my approach, you know. Oh, let me ask you a question. What do you do? Do you use AI to generate alternative text?
I do have a tool that I use on client websites that are rather large. If it's a small website, I will often do it by hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and never leave it empty or blank, obviously. Just come up with, you know. I mean, in the olden days, people used to put in the word image. So when assistive technology would read it, it would just say image. Well, that's not real helpful. Yeah. All right, I hope that helped. Anybody else?
I've got one. Hi, Bud. I'm a developer. I love developing for accessibility. And my question is, when you go to a website, are there signs that you get that you say, this website was built with me in mind?
Yeah, that's really kind of interesting. Yes and no. I find that websites that are really just too busy, too much content, not enough white space, for me, is just a pain in the neck. It's probably bad for most people. On the other hand, you would think a site like Amazon would be a catastrophe, and it's not. Yeah, I mean, Amazon's sort of the exception to me, because I look at that and I go, how do you use Amazon? You know, and I do. Maybe it's because I've just gotten used to it. Who knows? But I find sites that are very busy. Travel sites, stuff like that, where there are just a million ads and I can't do that stuff. I just ask my wife, you know, can you do, I just can't, it's overload for me. And I realize it's probably not just overload for you, it's probably overload for everybody. You know, and one last thing on this point, which is a real smart person told me a long time ago, you know, when you talk about accessible design, you know, you make things possible for me, but you make it better for everybody else. I mean, that is really, I think, one of the hallmarks of what accessibility means, is to make it better for everybody else. And not think in just terms of, we have to make this for blind people, which is what a lot of people, you know, at least they used to think. It's ridiculous. It's really to make it better for everybody else. Oh, come on, somebody, we have 11 minutes. I get you for 11 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, go ahead.
My name is Dottie. I have a small website design firm here locally. And I want to revisit the accessibility question that we started with. There's several other programs out there that do this. And it's sold to us as protect your clients from getting sued for not having accessible websites. And I would like to know from your point of view, is that really a true thing? Like, are people really getting sued for not having accessible websites?
Oh, yes, that is true.
But is it from valid people like you, or is it from somebody who's just looking to win a lawsuit and get paid for doing no work in life?
You know, it probably runs the gamut, would be my guess. I mean, you know, there's a class action lawsuit for everything, right? So you got to figure some of that's in there. But I think I'm sure there's legitimate, what I would call, cases that sites should have been accessible. And you know, why wouldn't? No, you know, don't get me started, because
But why wouldn't businesses want to appeal to the broadest possible audience in the world? Like, for example, why wouldn't an Amazon want to cater to me? Do you think I might want to buy a book for somebody? Maybe. You know, so we can't just say, well, because they're impaired or they have a problem, you know, we're not going to appeal to. That's crazy. So, yeah, but I don't think a solution that's marketed as keep yourself out of legal trouble will take care of it. In fact, I think they're kind of opening themselves up to a lawsuit, or could be, unless they have some pretty good hold harmless and disclaimer clauses in there. Yeah, that to me is troublesome to say. I get it. They're selling a product, and this solves a problem, but does it really solve the problem? You know, I can't see that. I mean, I get it from a marketing standpoint, but wow, I think that's, you know, asking for trouble to make that kind of a statement. So, yes.
And I have a question on design and revenue. When considering ADA and just including ads revenue and pop-ups and things like that, how does that affect your user experience for visually impaired?
Yeah. Any kind. I'm going to twist this question a little bit, okay? And that is, any type of UI which covers other content is a problem, and so pop-ups can be a problem unless there's an easy way to X out and stuff like that. That's very clear, or you know, you lose focus from the pop-up and the pop-up goes away. Okay, yeah, I'll give you for example. You go to a website, and let's say there's a drop-down, and the drop-down is the same color as the back of the rest of the page. I can't distinguish between what is the drop-down and what's the rest of the page. And so I get lost. I can't figure out, like, is this menu, where's that menu? I can't kind of, you know. So color, now, you know, it's funny because they don't use color. But yeah, do use color to distinguish between foreground and background and contrast. And like I say, just think of a menu. You click on a menu, you know, a drop-down appears, and the drop-down is the same color as, let's say, the background of the page. I don't know where the drop-down starts and ends, and so it just sort of like blends into the page, and I'm losing, it's confusing. Does that make any sense? Okay, I'm glad you understood it. So, so, yeah. Okay, anybody else?
Hi, my name's Don Luke. I have a few comments to make about the accessibility and other overlays.
Okay.
I'm not in the business of building websites for people. I support a few.
Right.
I'm a volunteer driver for the Blind Rehab Center at the Tucson VA. So I have a lot of experience dealing with visually impaired veterans.
Okay.
And I started going to Zoom meetings at the start of the pandemic on website development, and I met a lady named Amber Hines.
Oh, yes, I know Amber.
Is
she here, Amber? Are you here? No.
I don't think she's here at this event. But there's another lady here, Alicia St. Rose, and she'll give you an earful on overlays and how to make a website accessible in the proper way of doing it. And I've learned a lot about it, even though I don't get to put it into practice. But the overlays are a path that you approach with caution, because if you're not going by WCAG, depending on what the purpose of your website is, how big it is, what your audience is, and all that stuff, it can be a dangerous path to take.
Yeah.
So it's a choice you have to make for yourself, but it's be cautious when using the overlays.
What do you think of I'm going to ask you, what do you think of mega menus?
I'm not familiar with the term.
Well, I know it's been sort of my crusade for my life to kill all mega menus. I'm not doing a very good job, but that is a problem because anytime, again, too much information, and these mega menus could have pictures and videos. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff come into a mega menu, and boy, it really can and if I couldn't, you know, I have fairly, you can tell I can have a lot of good usable vision. But suppose I had RP and I lost virtually all of my site and I'd have to use JAWS. How am I going to navigate this thing? You know, that's, and if they can't navigate it, chances are the rest of us aren't gonna, it will be a poor experience for us. So, you know. Okay, anybody else?
Yes, hi. I had a question. You
Mike got, you know, I just realized I shouldn't have had a talk. I should have just let everybody ask questions. This is so much more fun. Okay.
I know that you mentioned everybody does things differently and there's different settings and choices, but I'm wondering if there's a universal thing that you see missing that we could be doing better.
Yes, I'm glad you asked that question. Okay, here's one of my favorites. God will strike me dead, considering where I am. But a lot of people in the WordPress community who, you know, are very attuned to accessibility, they'll create explainer videos with no audio track. Don't do that, because I won't like that. And I've complained about this for years. You'll see them in the documentation on WordPress.org. You'll see them all over the place. Stop doing that. You've got to have an audio track. Okay, yes, I know some people don't speak English, and I get all that stuff, but find somebody to speak English. I'll do it for you, because I can't follow and I use video all the time to learn things if it's got an audio track. If it doesn't, I'm lost. I'm done. I cannot follow without audio what you're doing. And I guarantee you, I am not the only one that thinks this way. So if there's one thing, you know, that I think is missing in the WordPress community as people that create content, explainers, all that stuff, that would be number one, is please don't do that. Think of me. And then I'm going to look at your video and saying, I know that you're explaining how something in Gutenberg works that's coming out in 6.9, but I can't figure this out. And it's not, you know, the idea is not to make people aggravated and, you know, upset and, you know, dependent on other people. We want to be independent. Everybody does. So does that help? Yeah. You've never made an explainer video without an audio track, have you? No, you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't admit it anyway. Okay, anybody else?
Yes.
Yes.
This is just my editorial comment. Don't assume that the only people who are visually impaired are visually impaired. If somebody has been drinking's legal in all 50 states. Yes. Marijuana's legal in
interesting.
25 states.
Right.
It's legal to drive with your kids screaming in the back and you're trying to find your way to the doctor's office.
Yes.
All those cases, things like low contrast, lots of clutter, and mega menus make it really hard for people who are, you know, somewhere between visually and cognitively impaired.
Right.
And so
good point.
When you design your site, as you said earlier, when you design your site for the visually impaired, you're designing it for everybody who can't take the time to read everything and figure out what the heck you had in mind with your brilliant design.
Right. Yeah. And our mood and our everything, of course, it affects our vision. And just think about when you're angry, how your vision changes compared to when you're relaxed. You know, is that vision impairment? Well, I don't know, maybe not, but you get the point, which is your vision changes based on everything. Mood, day, sunlight, whatever. So yeah, all these things are, if we just follow some really sort of what I think common sense ideas, we're going to be in much better shape. Okay, guess what? I have 1 minute and 37 seconds left. Anybody else? Okay, so if you see me, say hi, okay? Introduce me by, say, hey, bud, I'm so-and-so. That always helps me, by the way, at these things. When somebody comes up to me and says, hey, bud, I'm, you know, even if I know you, I may not just recognize you, because you now know that recognizing faces is a real problem. I sort of have, you know, you heard about face blindness. Well, that's sort of like one of the, I guess, a very simple way of describing what I have. Okay, thank you all for coming. And you asked such good questions. Really, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, that wasn't bad, right? I don't feel like I was executed.
Here's why we love Pressable.
With Pressable and having the tie-in with Automatic, I know that security is always watched out for on all my websites. I get access to a lot more tools, a lot more functionality, as well as any plugin updates. Those kinds of things put my mind at ease, and so it's easier for me to sell the services that we have, to be able to make guarantees of uptime to my client.
The level of tech support was surprising. I was expecting professional level support, but this was really just above and beyond. Our emails were answered really quickly. They really prioritized your experience. And we've been with them now for a while, so it wasn't just a honeymoon phase where you first onboard and you get this level of tech support and it slides. It's been consistent. We send an email, we get a response. Even if the response is, hey, we're working on this, they give you a realistic time frame, often beating the time frame they present.
Folks on staff can log into the Pressable dashboard, quickly gain access to any site that is either in production or is in development, and be able to make any changes that are needed. So now we have a central place that all of our team can work out of, which helps us grow and scale quickly, because the more we build, the more that Pressable can expand, and there's no limit to what they will give us.
Join the thousands of businesses that trust Pressable for fast, reliable WordPress hosting.
Fight this, You're something beautiful, electric chemical. You take my breath away, feel my emotions push and pull. Shooting stars in your eyes, you're bringing me to life. Love how you say my name, you make it feel like summertime. When you reach out your hand, I find myself again. Electric wonderland, no, I just can't get enough. You feel like magic, magic. Just one touch, my God, I gotta have it. You feel like magic, magic. You know you feel like magic. You know you feel like magic. You know you feel like magic, magic. Dance in the living room, can't stop looking at you. The way you're moving, I'm watching all of my dreams come true. Take all my stress away, clear up my cloudy days. Just me and you and all this is shining 24/7. Cause when we're together, it feels like we're in heaven. If it will get dark, you'll be my million stars. I know I can lean on you. Ooh, you catch me like a leaf falling from a tree. If I'll be a shooting star, you make a wish. No, I don't fake this kind of feeling, never felt so real. My heart is on the table cause you're my everything. I do, I wanna marry you. Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good. When I wake up in the morning and I see your face, I'm becoming blind by your dazzling grace. What a beautiful feeling to be close to you. There's nothing else I wanna do. Ooh, and from the fields of flowers you chose to pick me. You're spreading sugar on my misery. And I don't fake this kind of feeling, never felt so real. My heart is on the table cause you're my everything. I do, I wanna marry you. Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good. And I do, I wanna marry you. Cause when you're around, I know it's true. The way you make me feel is so good, baby. So good, so good. Every single day we spend apart, I wanna be with you. Baby, take my hand, hold it tight just like you do. Feels so good, so good. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. Yeah. OMW. Nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm like I'm feeling on top of the world. Like nothing's ever gonna bring me down. This feeling got me flying high as a bird. I may never touch the ground. It may not be my birthday, but I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate, 'cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. There's magic coursing throughout my veins. I don't want it to stop. I feel invincible in every way. I'ma give it all. It may not be my birthday, but I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate, 'cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. There's nothing like feeling alive. There's nothing like feeling alive. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate, 'cause it's a good day, good life. I just wanna celebrate all night. I just wanna celebrate all night. Nothing out there could ever stop me from chasing after the way you love me, keeping me up 2 cups of coffee. Baby, you make me feel so lovely. I keep on running, no, I should've wanted a high. I keep on falling right into your thought, I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Oh, what a rush each time you catch me, chasing after the way you love me. Color my life up like confetti. You got me exclusive. I'm so high up and lucid. You take me to a safe place. We steady on the same pace, yeah. I'm crazy. You like that? Don't back down. No, you talk back. Keep it spicy. That's a fact. We on the right track, yeah. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. When we make it rain in the bedroom. I'm a main squeeze, don't get it twisted. There's a problem, we gonna fix it. This ain't the type of thing you lose, so let's keep on doing what we do. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line like a champion. Driving me wild, giddy up like a stallion. Saddle up and ride you, we crossing the line, we some champions. We know how to make it rain in the bedroom. We don't need a club, got our own groove. Coming at the same time, yeah. You don't got a dime for us. When we make it rain in the bedroom, we don't tell us all what we gon' do. Dirty little secrets, yeah. Keep it in the sheets with us. When we make it rain in the bedroom. 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 first said it was over, yeah, it all went black. Didn't get any closure, like a heart attack. But then you came back with flowers, explaining for hours how you intend on winning me back. How could I have known you were still half detached? And I hoped things would change, but I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time, do a better job and cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. I bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'm all for second chances, but I'm not that dumb. You love to take advantage, and it always stung. But I'm not afraid to say that I'm pulling away, 'cause I'm done biting my tongue. You wanna try and have it all, then brace for the fall. I hoped things would change, but I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time, do a better job and cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. I bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. One day I'll be friends with her. One day, yeah, I'll comfort her. 'Cause one day you're gonna break her heart. 'Cause you love breaking hearts, breaking scars. I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time, do a better job to cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'd be strong enough to leave you. Feeling like you're stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, just take it one day at a time. Feeling like you're stuck in a hurricane, 'cause everything around you just keeps on turning. I can see you searching for an escape. The fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Keeps on, it just keeps on burning. Fire in your heart, it just keeps on burning. Don't worry, you got the future on your mind. No hurry, You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. Don't worry, don't worry. You got the future on your mind. No hurry, no hurry. Let's take it one day at a time. how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Baby, keep the light on for me, I'm coming home. Know I got you forever wherever I go. I feel like I'm high. Oh, and I wouldn't change the way you got me jumping through hoops. All the wishes in the world and I wish for you. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Wired in the moments like I'm walking on air, tripping over roses every time that you're there. I'm losing my mind. Oh, and I'm hot over the moon, you know that you got me good. I'm not even mad, I need you more than I should. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, and I found heaven in your eyes. Tell me it's all mine, holding on too tight. You're like a neon sign in a starless night, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Found heaven in your eyes. You're like a neon sign, showing up so bright. Can't get over how you talk to me, like I'm all you ever gonna need. Seeing colors that I've never seen. I love it how you love me electric, like you do. Love it how you love me electric, always you. Love it how you love me electric, electric. I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. Electric, I love it how you love me a lot, love me a lot, love me electric. I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners that were filled with faded bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Situation got upset when I stepped on a memory thorn. I did it to myself. That I have you had to break free from the minefield that you are. Bomb, bomb, bomb. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. It'd be my pleasure, see you pressure just before you break the bone. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. It'd be my pleasure, see you pressure just before you break the bone. You're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy pending on the walls. How I did it to myself, craving out, practice last, sleeping on my bed is golden. pressure, see pressure just before you break the bottom. From the window, take a bad trip to the ground. And be my pleasure, see pressure just before you break the bottom. Do you just feel like there is no air left to breathe? Do you just wanna to be left outside the grid? It's all for sure, I didn't know. I wonder what it meant to be.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great lunch break. Was it really good? All right, great. So up next, we have Malik Von Ra with his talk about zero to plugin in 30 minutes, something I think all of us want to know about, harnessing AI coding assistance for WordPress development, who's actually going to be joining us today all the way from India. Malik is the founder and CEO of Zlux Solutions. It's a 40-person agency delivering custom WordPress, React, and mobile app projects worldwide. Building with WordPress since 2010, he heads the WordPress Surat community and has volunteered and spoken at WordCamps across Asia. With 15 years experience building code and craftsmanship and business strategy, Malik helps businesses launch secure and scalable websites. He's also a passionate about mentoring, something all of us in the WordPress community are, for new developers, and he focuses on human-centered design. So now, please welcome Malik.
Thanks,
hey,
Jason. Thanks, Jason, for the awesome introduction.
Thank you.
Hey, WordCamp US. Yeah. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch and are ready for some coding energy. I could be there in person, but yeah, no worries. I will joining virtually this time. As introduced, I'm Malik Ura, CEO of Zlux Solutions. Lately, I have been focused on marketing and sales, but with all the excitements around AI coding tools, I have jumped back to the development. And that's what inspired today's session. So before we jump into the session, quick show of hands, like how many of you have ever had a brilliant plugin idea and never built it? Yeah, maybe because of time issues or resources issues. But yeah, you don't need to be an AI expert to build smarter today. And we will see it today. I promise this session has 0 slides about AI taking your jobs. It's here to make your job easier. All right, so let's jump right into the session, zero to plugin in 30 minutes. So what we will do today, we will do less talk and more building. I will walk you through to setting up development environment using Cursor AI and its rules. And we will live code a real plugin from scratch. And then we will share a few takeaways. So let's see the coding environment first. So we have this Cursor editor. Many of you must be already aware about it. It is a latest AI code editor based on the VS Code that we all are familiar with. It has like files panel, the editor panel, and the chat panel, where we will be working today, not in the coding part. And then I also have a local WordPress setup where we have a plugins folder and a blank plugin that we will be creating today. And of course, local WordPress website where we will be installing that plugin live and testing. So going back to our plugin, let's talk about the plugin we are building today. So it's called Admin Alert Manager. The idea is very straightforward. It allows site administrators to display custom important messages right at the top of the WordPress dashboard. Why it's useful? Imagine you are running an agency and you want to leave a note for your editors or authors. For example, please publish only WordCamp US related posts this week. Or maybe you want to remind your team about a deadline or simply leave a quick instruction. So that's where this plugin can be useful. So what we have done is I have put a file called instructions.md and listed what I want to build. For example, a definition of the admin alert manager. Hope you can see it, but yeah, it is just admin alert manager definition, the use cases, and what we want as a functionality. For example, we want a settings page called admin alert. Then we want 3 input fields on that page. One is the alert message. the type of the message, like what kind of instruction or message it is, like info or success or a warning or an error, or whether that message should be currently enabled or disabled, like a toggle. In addition to the normal instructions, we have put a few standard instructions. For example, follow WordPress standards. All our code should use the prefix for this plugin to avoid conflicts with other plugins or WordPress. Yeah. So this is just instructions.md file I have put right inside the plugin folder. I have put this intentionally because our AI developer, I will call it AI developer, because we have hired him for $20 a month, just $20 a month. Okay. And we will see. Okay. So what is next? Now we have our plugin requirements ready. Now we will go to setup cursor rules. So what are these rules? So cursor provides a facility to define rules for your project. So right here for this plugin, we will set up some rules for our AI. So like we will guide our AI, our AI developer that you need to follow these WordPress standards. You need to follow these plugin development standards. You need to follow these JavaScript, PHP, or CSS standards, right? So how will we do it? Let's go for it. So we can do it two ways. Like we can either manually put everything there, or simply we can use AI to generate our rules. So as I mentioned, here is the right panel. That is only we are going to use today. That is a chat prompt panel like ChatGPT. So there is a command called generate cursor rules. So again, I'm repeating, we are generating these cursor rules to define the boundaries for our AI developer. So I have put some basic rules. So I'm just copy pasting it to save the time. Just a minute. So here we go. So what it says in normal terms, like I am creating a WordPress plugin, create rules to follow WordPress plugin development best practices, general WordPress development best practices, WordPress JS, let's add CSS also. CSS best practices. And then we will just hit enter. Now, it will start creating rules for us. So like it will create a folder called .cursor, inside that .rules, and it will surf the internet. It will find best practices for WordPress, best practices for WordPress plugin development, JavaScript, PHP, and summarize it everything into the files. So regarding this cursor editor, anytime it changes a file or add something, it will give you two options, whether you want to keep the changes or reject it. So you need to keep it. For example, I am trusting AI for this session. You should trust me for this session, and we'll do it together. So yeah, let's see what it does. So it says I have created 3 comprehensive cursor rules file for WordPress plugin development called WordPress plugin development, WordPress general development, and a combined file for JS, CSS, and PHP best practices. Okay. I'm just checking. Nobody's feeling sleepy yet, right? Think twice if you are. I know you must have food coma or anything can come up, but just keep alive. We are building a plugin right now. So let's see. Let's look at the rules it has created. For example, this is general development practices. So if you are a veteran WP developer, you must be knowing like all these are standards that we should follow while developing for WordPress. For example, use error handling functions, use WP debug during development or more. Then the JavaScript PHP best practices, like use enqueue scripts, localized scripts, and more. And then the plugin development, like use WPDB or get option, update option. For we are building an admin page, so it needs to follow these functions and use proper hooks and everything. It also mentioned internationalization and the performance, code quality, and almost everything it has collected for us. So like AI, this AI developer is very ideal. It will go on behalf of you and will get what he needs to follow or not. So let's go to the next part. So up to now, what we have done is we have created, we have defined our plugin. We have created rules that the AI developer needs to follow. And now the AI developer will start coding the plugin. Now you all must be thinking, what should be the next prompt so that this AI developer can start developing plugin? It should be like some step-by-step instructions, some technical instructions, or do we need to do some R&D to set up that prompt? No, let's identify what's that simple prompt. And here you go. Let's start developing the plugin. Because it has instructions.md5 right there, it has rules, it will start creating the plugin. Okay. So as an ITIL developer, it will keep telling us like what it is doing, how he is collecting the information. And I suggest that while AI is doing the coding on behalf of you, you should keep eye on it. This is the perfect moment to grab a sip of coffee also, but just watch the AI do the boring parts for you. So if you see the magic, you see the new files are being created. Okay, I received a message from one of the organizers. She's saying, if this plugin works on the first try, they are buying cupcakes for the whole room. Sorry, organizers. Okay. Yeah. So one more disclaimer, we all should be agreed, okay? So as a human being, if this plugin works well, like everything goes smoothly, we will say, yeah, we and AI did a good teamwork. But if something breaks, we will say AI isn't quite there yet. It still needs to work. Okay, but I'm sure this will work. Okay. So yeah, as I said, we will keep all and we will see where it is going. It is now creating some CSS file. Okay. Any bets like how many syntax errors AI will throw at us? You know, right? The first run never gets successful. 1, 2, or just trust it. Yeah. Let's see. It is now creating some JavaScript file for enhance admin functionality. Nice. It brags well too. Like it keeps telling us it is doing good. Hope it is. Okay. Now it is creating a README file with installation and usage instructions. Nice. So while developing a plugin, you mostly focus on the core logic first. And then this install, uninstall, then the README are also the important files to publish them. So our costly AI developer at $20 a month is doing it for us without we telling it. Okay, it is also creating a basic language file for internationalization. Okay, if you are feeling sleepy, blink twice, but we are almost there. Okay, it is now creating an uninstall file to clean up when the plugin is removed. Nice. It has created many files. Okay, I think it is summarizing for us. Let's read it. Excellent. I have successfully created a complete WordPress plugin called Admin Alert Manager. It is giving us reports like what it did actually. Main plugin file, then admin class, styling, JavaScript, even documentation, internationalization, and cleanup. Key features, how to use. Oh, wow. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't known how to use it. Let's go. Dun, dun, dun. This is the standard Indian Bollywood style music. And we refresh the page. Oh, we have this plugin, Admin Alert Manager. It has also put a nice description for us. Let's activate it. Keep your fingers crossed. Hope it doesn't break our website. It didn't. Okay, let's find it. Oh, wow. So the plugin is created. It says alert settings, a few instructions. It has also added a default message to start. Okay. It has also added alert type. I hope you all can see the screen, right? Warning, error, okay. And the toggle. As mentioned, it is working. All right, let's save it. Welcome to WordCamp US 2025. Let's put it as info and click save. Go to the dashboard. Okay, we see the error message. All right, small victory dance. We are just 15 minutes into the session and we have created this plugin. Yeah, it is not like very basic plugin, okay? It is also not so complex plugin. So one thing you notice about this AI developer, our costly AI developers, I will keep repeating, our costly AI developer at just $20 a month. It has also created a preview feature for us. For example, if I click warning, it turned orange. If I click success, it turned green. So, for example, if you hire a junior developer, you need to tell him, like, whenever it is a success, you need to show it as a green. But this AI developer is awesome. As I said, ideal developer, even the error is red. Okay, so what next? Let's say, okay, one more thing, if you notice, you can use HTML tags also. So we didn't ask it, but it still has created HTML tags. Let's see it, if that works. Wow. Okay. So yeah, let's save it and see if it works or not, or if it is just, yeah, it worked. Let me click it. Oh, okay. We need to put a full URL. Just a minute. Okay, it's working, right? So it also supported HTML message types that we didn't ask for. Okay, as we still have time, let's add some more feature. Now imagine you already have a plugin and you want to add a new feature into it. So let's go back to our AI developer. And let's appreciate, otherwise it will get hurt. Nice work, man. Okay, so what feature we can do is, let's give admin an option to display alert messages to specific user roles. For example, he wants to show messages to only editors or authors or subscribers. Okay, I have done some homework because it's midnight here. I can't go wrong. Otherwise, yeah, you will know. Okay, so in normal words, I'm asking him, let's add a feature where admin can decide which user roles will see the alerts. Only those user roles will see the alert. I will click enter. Okay. So again, a tiny stretch break. Raise your hands if you have ever broken a live website of your clients, of course. Many of us did, yeah. This is a safe space. You can accept it. No one will judge. Yeah. Okay, I started. Okay, it is also appreciating a C. This works mutually. Great idea. Yeah, I know we have a great idea. Uh, okay. I'm just keeping eye on the time. If I could have said like 0 to AI plugin in 15 minutes, oh my God, that room must be full then. But yeah, let's not brag that. Let's not go into overconfidence. Okay, I will keep accepting. Okay, do you know there are other such AI editors also there? For example, Windsurf, which is similar to the Cursor. I personally prefer Cursor because it's based on VS Code. So it is easy to migrate from VS Code to Cursor. There are also terminal-based or instructions-based tools that is called OpenAI Codex. It's a very good tool where you can just put in your repository, GitHub repository, and you can just ask them to do that coding or do some security audits or do a performance bottleneck check or anything. Okay, now again it is going to uninstall. Okay, updated the uninstall fine. JavaScript to handle user roles in the live preview. Okay, let's update the preview function. Okay, you see, like it is also going to every place where this feature needs some adjustments. Yeah, I'm loving it. Now I'm getting bored. Is the cupcakes already arrived? Oh, no. Okay. I think they will ban me. Nice. Okay, how many of you are thinking like I have a plugin idea that I can immediately try? Many. Okay, I have tried at least 8 plugins in last 4 months. By this, like now anytime I need a plugin, I don't go to WordPress.org and search and configure that plugin. I simply go to the cursor and just, hey, let me do it. Like right before this session, I was creating a plugin for my friend where a new WooCommerce order will send a webhook request to N18 automation tool. So with all the order details, and it created in 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, now I think it is done. It is saying like I have also updated README file. Impressive. So whenever you are adding a new feature, you also need to update your README file. Let's see what README file contains actually. Okay, it says the plugin, then the features and use cases and installation, manual installation. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's see if our new feature is ready or we run into some problem. Okay, let me refresh it. Okay, nice. So you see this user roles to show alert. Like, let's say I want to display an alert to only editors. There is a small bug that we can fix. You can ask editor to fix it, but let's not go into that right now. So I'm setting this alert message now for editors only, okay? And let's test if it worked. And success message, please. Save changes. Okay, you can also see in the preview, it is showing us that this alert message will only be visible to editor. So this AI developer also keeps user experience in mind. Okay, now let me go to the dashboard as the admin. I don't see the alert. You see, I'm logged in as an admin. Let's log in as editor. Okay, I see. Welcome to WordCamp US for editors. Nice. Log back in as admin. I don't see it for me because I'm an admin. Let's enable admin, go to the dashboard, and I see it again. So our new feature worked in another 7 minutes. And I think, yeah, that is enough for now. Otherwise, it will break. Okay, so let's see what it actually did. So new user, like it keeps reporting very nicely, okay? Now the main part, like everyone you must have heard saying, you can't trust AI. It can break your website. It can have a problematic code also. So we have a solution for that also. Like before going to production, we always check for security, for performance things. So here we can also do that. So let's ask AI only, our AI developer, please audit the plugin to make sure there are no security vulnerabilities and hit enter. Okay, it is saying I will conduct a security audit of the admin alert manager plugin. It is reading all file. Okay, it is saying it has found some problems. So it has missed the nonce verification in admin form. It has also see XSS vulnerability. Oh, important one. It is missing capability check. So all these issues it identified, and now I think it will fix it. Hope it will fix it. Okay, it is saying now I'll fix it. Nice. So just look around. If any was sleeping, just poke them. Hey man, we are building a live plugin using AI developer. Your job is in danger and you are sleeping, man. No one's job is in danger. We just need to see how fast we can do our coding using these AI tools. As we see, there can be many security problems if we just blindfoldedly trust them. Yeah. Okay, it keeps going. Nice, I'm reading it. They are putting a security check to prevent direct access to the admin class and many files. Yeah. Oh, it is also adding a rate limiting mechanism to prevent potential abuse. Nice. Now, you know, this part took a bit longer than the actual coding because this is important. So not only the security part, you can also like right after this, you can also write another prompt to let's validate if it is performing well or performance standards are maintained. Also, if you noticed, we could have mentioned this feature right at the start of the plugin development, but we didn't because AI developer, we are just paying $20 per month. So we don't overload them with as many information. So anytime you start building a plugin, start with basics, like only initial or necessary functionality first, then keep adding new functionality, keep updating your prompt, and then it will work like your co-developer, like your assisted development. Okay, now it is updating a MD file. So the good part about this AI developer is it will keep documenting everything for you. So it is now documenting a security file, then updating README file also. Let's see what it has documented. Just a minute. Okay, what security measures it has implemented? Nice. User capability verification and more. Okay, I think it is done. Okay, perfect. Security audit complete. All vulnerabilities fixed. after this, we also need to see if plugin is still working or not. Okay, I think the security check failed. It shouldn't be. So we say as an admin, okay, I think it is because, okay, yeah. So this has broken our plugin. As I said, this is live plugin. Let's fix it. Who will fix it for us? The one who has developed it, of course. So I'm just writing it plain text. Hey, I see an error even when I am logged in as an admin, and it will try to fix. Okay. So he is a good developer. He will accept his mistakes. The problem is with the nonce verification I added. Okay. Okay. I think we are right into 30 minutes. So while it is fixing it, why don't we take some questions? Or let's say key takeaways. So what we did, we realized AI can write code, but you must architect it. Like you need to set up proper instructions, then set proper rules. You need to set audit ready audit ready prompts, performance wise, and everything. And then you can apply this same workflow to implement shortcodes, setting pages, or even CPTs. Like just bring your theme or plugin folder into Cursor Editor, start giving prompts, pay $20 a month, and it should be all good. And while doing this, no AI PhD needed. It is same as ChatGPT, but it's inbuilt inside your Cursor Editor. Just you need a clarity and a few good prompts, and that should make your plugin development easy. Okay, they say we have fixed it. Let's refresh it. Okay, yeah, it is back. Thank God. Okay. So yeah, I think that's it with the demonstration. I'm open for any question and answer. Please keep it easy. It's midnight here. Let me open the window so I can see you all guys.
Hi, can you see me?
Hi. Hi, yes, I can see.
All right, I've been developing some pretty sophisticated plugins using Cursor in this way. One of the things that I run into is after a while of the back and forth after hours, it slows down and it's almost like it's not as smart, not as sharp, and I have to then regenerate a chat. And I've kept the README file, but what I find is that it's not always a smooth handoff between chats. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not as good. Do you have any tips on how to make that handoff between chats smoother?
Cool. That's a very good question, and we all facing it. So there is a problem with the context size actually. As your plugin grows bigger, there is a problem with the context. So what you need to do is you need to keep instruction files feature-wise, like the separate files. And at any time, you need to keep in mind, like if you are changing any feature, you instruct them with the prompt. Like you also need to make these changes on these screens, because it will not remember it. As your plugin grows bigger, the context size will be smaller and your whole plugin cannot be accommodated in this particular chat size. So you can do two things. Keep your instructions or features in separate files and use them while giving prompts. So in Cursor, you know, right? You can give context specifically for any prompts. So while providing that chat instruction, you give that feature file with it, like the README file. Also, one more thing, you can keep asking them, summarize me this plugin for me, summarize this plugin for me. So it will go to every file and summarize it, and it will rebuild his memory. So this will also help it somewhere. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hope this answers your question. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Are we in food coma? Well, I think, yeah. Is there any question or, yeah, we should go ahead?
It doesn't look like there are any further questions for you.
Okay, that's even great. So yeah, thank you. You can scan this QR code. It contains a link to a GitHub repository where I have mentioned these normal prompts that we use. They are not that technical, but yeah, it's still. Also, you can find me almost everywhere. Just search Maulik Zilak on the social media, internet, and I will be there in front of you. So I would like this opportunity to thank all WordCamp US organizers for making it possible for me to join virtually. I miss the energy of being there in person, but I hope to join you at future WordCamps. Until then, keep experimenting with AI and keep building. Keep in touch, guys. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Malik. That was great. How many of you learned something new today? So did I. I've faced that same issue with it has no memory. You just have to keep going and keep going, but it's a great time for all of us. So we're gonna take a break right now, but we're gonna be back at 2:45. Am I get that right? Yeah, 2:45, a little more than 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, now you're running and wanting it back. I guess you finally realized she's everything that you wanted to have, the thing you chase for the rest of your life. 'Cause now she's out living life on the moon. No way you're reaching her now. Dream every night of diving in her blue. But I guess you don't know what you got until it's gone. Bet you wish you just held on, yeah. She's an original, original, original. No, not your typical, typical, typical. She's an original, original, original. She's something lyrical, lyrical, lyrical. You thought you went and broke her heart. Ah, how adorable. She's an original, original, original. She's an original, original, original. Oh, now you're ready to give all you got. I guess you finally realized you dropped the ball, yeah, you're missing your shot. Got you losing your mind. 'Cause now she's out living life in the stars. No way you're reaching her now. Dreaming of ways you can make it that far. But I guess you don't know what you got until it's gone. Bet you wish you just held on, yeah. She's an original, original, original. No, not your typical, typical, typical. She's an original, original, original. She's something lyrical, lyrical, lyrical. You thought you went and broke her heart. Ah, how adorable. She's an original, original, original. She's an original, original, original. But I guess you don't know what you got until it's gone. Bet you wish you just held on, yeah. She's an original, original, original. No, not your typical, typical, typical. She's an original, original, original. She's something lyrical, lyrical, lyrical. You thought you went and broke her heart. Ah, how adorable. She's an original, original, original. She's an original, original, original. Baby, I need you back, I do. You know your body needs me too. What are you doing now? Come through, come through. Thinking about you made me lose my mind. I'm so crazy, baby, you're different.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Everybody feeling good today? You keep that energy up. We've only got a few more sessions to go. So right now, I want to welcome to the stage Tess Needham and her talk about creativity to work. Tess writes about creativity and technology, bringing her unique, happy, sunshine bear energy to everything she does. With experience wearing many marketing hats, like I'm sure a lot of us do, all at the same time often. She's known for her team spirit and positive vibe. Tess is part of the WordPress.com marketing team and Automatic. Please welcome Tess.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for coming. I'm going to talk about the ways that I've brought creativity to work and the many benefits of that, and hopefully in the process kind of inspire you to do the same thing. So when I was in the hiring process for my first role at Automatic, the hiring manager said to me, Tess, you understand this isn't a creative role. And I was like, I make any role creative. And I'm not sure that I really believed it at the time, but the idea of this kind of sent me on this journey of self-exploration about what creativity meant to me. And in turn, it made me realize how valuable it is to be creative at work. Just hopefully this loads. Oh, here it is. Okay, great. So this is a visualization of how I kind of see creativity. It's about filtering what is happening around you and these inputs through who you are and your skills and your experience, and then sort of forming that into an output that you share with the world. So it's like taking in inputs, whether it's going to the art gallery or reading a book or having a conversation, and then you're filtering it through your own unique sense of who you are. What your experience is, what your background is, you know, your identity, those kinds of things. And then it's creating that into some kind of output that you're then sharing. And so it's a pretty broad definition of creativity. It's not just like painting a picture. So I want you to I'm just going to pause for a few seconds. I want you to think about, is there something in your life that falls into this definition of creativity? and just have a think about it. So I draw a lot of comics. It's pretty much my favorite artistic medium, but I also am an actor and a crafter, a photographer, a writer. I do a lot of different things, but I really love comics. And so I made this one, which I'll read it out in case you're a bit far at the back and can't see it. But so it says, "No offense, but grown-ups aren't very creative." And that's my son talking to me. I do make comics of the actual things that my kids say. So my son has definite opinions about who is creative. But of course, there are no limits on creativity. Anyone can be creative. So at Automatic, we have a creed, and one of the lines of this creed says, "I will communicate as much as possible because it's the oxygen of a distributed company." And what I kind of figured out is that creativity is my oxygen. I sort of need it to survive. So if I can honor that creativity on a regular basis, then I feel like I'm just more me, I'm more at peace, and I just feel kind of better. I feel like I'm breathing. Creativity, it requires really knowing yourself because of this whole thing of having inputs that you're filtering through who you are. It sort of requires that real knowledge of yourself, and for a lot of people, myself included, that is like your life's work. You know, you're on that path towards truly knowing yourself. But even more than that, with creativity, it's important to know yourself, but then also honor that knowledge of yourself authentically and like show up as that with vulnerability and without apologies, and just be showing up as your full self. So it's not necessarily an easy thing. But even when you might have all this creativity outside of work, a lot of us leave it behind when we go to work because we might think that's just my hobby that I just do on the side, or it's not very important, you know, what I'm doing at work is the really important bit, or maybe even that you're sort of doing it on the side and it's what you're really passionate about, but your work is kind of, you wish you could have more of that passion in your work. So, you know, sometimes at work we get so busy and results driven and, you know, everything has to sort of ladder up to something that we kind of don't think about creativity. It gets deprioritized. But what I've learned is that you don't need a creative role to be creative at work. There are ways to bring creativity to any job. And that thing that you do that maybe you don't think belongs at work could be the thing that makes you invaluable. So there are some sort of ways that I've found in my life that creativity has helped me to stand out at work, to be fulfilled at work, and also to stay valued. So if we're holding that part of ourselves back, that creativity, we're missing opportunities to do all of these things. So you might be thinking like, okay, I get it. Creativity at work is a great thing, but how do I actually do it? What does it actually look like to put creativity to work? Well, we're going to start at the start, which is standing out and getting the job that you want. So 73% of organizations say that creative thinking is an increasingly important skill for future success. And this is from a study or a survey that was done by the World Economic Forum. So this means that recruiters and hiring managers are going to be looking for creative thinkers when they're hiring for any role. So if you show your creative skills when you're applying for a job and interviewing for a job, then you're putting your creativity front and center, and you're showing that I am this creative person rather than just telling. You're actually showing that. Creativity, there's sort of these three characteristics, I think, about creativity that can make you stand out as a creative person and make you memorable to prospective employers and to colleagues. So creativity is authentic because it involves that definition that I said before about filtering inputs through your own experiences and skills and taste. It's impossible to fake creativity. There's only one you, so it's authentic to just you. And I kind of think that it's the ultimate antidote to imposter syndrome, because if you're being really true to yourself, then there is only one you. You can't be an imposter in that life. It's also really unique. So since it's tied to you as a person and it's filtered through all of those things that we talked about earlier, it can't be compared with anyone else. It's a way that you can show and not just tell who you are. And also, creativity is diverse because everybody's going to have a different creative output. So it's inherently diverse because it has that personal aspect. So when you apply for a job at Automatic, the job description says to make sure that your application really stands out. So I really took this to heart, and this was my application. So in a previous role, I was applying for a promotion, and I had put together a bunch of images and text. I just thought, I'll do something a little bit different, and it was also a sort of creative role. So yeah, and that really worked in that case, and it really stood out, and it also just made me feel like the medium is the message. I'm not just talking about who I am, I'm also showing who I am. So I sort of built on that success, and I spent an inordinate amount of time making this comic book that showed who I was, talked about my experience, why I was the right fit for the role. I didn't send any cover letter or anything else in the email, so I just attached this to an email and said, here's my application. And I just figured that people were getting the real me. If they didn't want that, then that's fine. I could look somewhere else. But I had an amazing response to it. It showed what kind of person that I was, but it also showed how much effort I put into something that I really want. And so, spoiler alert, 8 years later, I'm still at Automatic. I got the job. After you get through that original sort of interview phase, you do a trial project. And in my trial, I talked about some customer personas. And so I decided to create these characters and give them names and backstories and to illustrate them as part of my trial presentation. So it was just more of a continuum of showing another part of my skills and showing them the real me. So back to that hiring manager, I think I proved that I could make this non-creative role a creative one. But yeah, actually over my time at Automatic, I have moved into a more creative role because I've shown this creative side of myself. So you might be thinking, okay, that's great if I'm looking for a job, but I already really like my job. I want to stay in my job, and I want to just figure out ways to be more creative at work. So what's the point of bringing creativity to the job that I already have? So coming to my second point, creativity really helps you feel fulfilled at work. When you bring creativity into your work, you enjoy that work more, and it just feels better to be at work. It is proven that happy workers are 13% more productive. So this is from a study by Oxford University. So this is a great stat to show your boss if you're ever this is why I'm being creative at work. And the increased productivity, it's great. Your boss will like that. But it's not just about that. It's also about personal satisfaction. And there is a lot of value in just your own happiness and joy as a person. And there are plenty of ways to inject that into your role, even if you have a non-creative role. So a few things about creativity in this category of being fulfilled at work. Here are some characteristics about it. So it's joyful. And it is really valuable on a personal level to just make us happier humans. Happiness is really important, and creativity reduces burnout at work, makes your work more personally meaningful to you. It's also caring. The way that you do something shows a lot about who you are, and it shows that you care enough about that work and about that project when you bring that creative energy to it. And it's also productive. It's valuable on this professional level because happy people are more productive in the workplace, 13%. To put a number on it. So one of the reasons that I really like doing presentations, both internally and externally as well, like this one, is that I sort of use this opportunity to make my slide deck into an art project. And you've probably seen that already, but I want to show you some other ones that I've done. So what I love about doing this kind of art projects is that it not only is it just personally fulfilling for me, it's fun to do it, but it also kind of adds another layer to the presentation. Makes it more personal, adds like another layer of meaning. Sometimes it's just fun to look at the slides, you know, and enjoy them as art. So in 2020, during the pandemic, I was asked to speak at this virtual conference and on content marketing for small teams, which is what I was doing. And, you know, during the pandemic, as with many other parents with young children at home, I spent a lot of my time looking at Lego and playing with Lego and tripping over Lego and cleaning up Lego and just Lego. Yeah, same. Stepping on Lego, yeah, exactly. So I was like, I had Lego on the brain. And so I made these little Lego scenes and I made lettering out of Lego and photographed it for this slide deck. And my kids think that I have the strangest job, but it was fun to do that, you know, in front of them and with them. So there was, these are from some internal presentations that I've done when we have meetups. We often do flash talks. And I just saw this tutorial about doing digital chalkboard style lettering, and I thought I really wanted to learn that. So I made it my slide deck. The talk was about when I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and I got the $20,000 question wrong. So that's a whole other story. And then the one on the right is another flash talk I did, which was teaching people how to do the last shoelace tying method that you'll ever need. And I'm happy to teach you later if you want to know that. And for that one, I really I enjoy that kind of quirky illustration style of WikiHow. And so I was sort of referencing that in my illustrations for demonstrating this shoelace tying method. And yeah, it brings me extra joy when people comment on the visual style of the presentation. But I also think that it just helps keep people engaged. It's something interesting to look at along with the presentation and hopefully sort of adds another layer of meaning. I spoke at the Inbound conference, which is a big marketing conference, and it was a fairly dry topic. It was about content marketing and customer success and the ways that they can kind of collaborate together. So I was like, let's make them into characters who fall in love and go on a journey together. So there was a content marketing character and a customer success character, and they went on this journey that was kind of the structure of the talk. So that was an extra bonus that it gave me that kind of the literal sort of map of the talk as well. Last year, I spoke at another marketing conference called B2B Forum, and I spoke about leading remote creative teams. And because I was talking about remote work, which is what we do at Automatic, I was talking about a lot of communication tools. So I had this crazy idea that I would illustrate like obsolete communication technology. And again, these were sort of like the sections of my talk. But it wasn't enough to just illustrate them. I decided to hand embroider them. And so these were actual embroidery that I did, and then I scanned them in. Creative people in the room understand this, right? Like you get that you just want to go the extra mile on this project. So yeah, lots of nights in front of the TV, embroidering. My kids also, yet again, like, what are you doing? You have the weirdest job ever. This talk is very meta, I know, but I, again, saw this tutorial for doing digital paper cut style illustrations. And so I thought, yeah, I really want to try that out, you know, and it takes forever, but it's just really fun and I really enjoy doing it. And I do a lot of long haul flights, so it's really good to do this on those flights. Oh yeah, and again, I went the extra mile and I animated them because that's what we do. So it probably seems weird to people that I spend so much time on these slides. It was definitely weird to my kids. But I feel like as well as being just creatively fulfilling for me, it also shows how much I care about the topic and how much I care about communicating that in a way that is authentic to me and unique to me. I used to work on our support documentation, and there's this awesome book about comics called Understanding Comics by Scott McCloud. It's a sort of seminal work. If you're at all interested in comics, you should definitely check it out. And that book is written as a comic book. And so it really inspired me to talk about how we might use comics in documentation. And then, so I made a comic book about it, and then this was my slide deck for the talk. It's a bit too much there for me to read out, but anyway, there's a lot of stuff there about using comics in documentation. And presentations like this are just part of how my creative needs are fulfilled at work. But looking back, I realized that there's kind of a double return, because I feel this personal joy, but I feel like people also remember the talk a bit more clearly because of that creativity. Sasha, who's here in the audience, who works at Automatic with me, created this something called the Automatic Creators Club, and A8C is how we sort of abbreviate Automatic. So the Creators Club was formed for anybody who worked at Automatic who wanted to work on a creative project, to come together and work on a project for 12 weeks on your own project, but in this kind of accountability group. So we could work on, like, sort of support each other to break down the project into stages, to show our work as we were going along, to ask questions, to get motivation, things like that. And then at the end of the 12 weeks, we had a virtual art show, which was on this website. So we've done this twice, and so far, hopefully more. But it's been really great because it's a way that I can be creative at work, but to meet other like-minded people at work who are also creative, and then to produce things. So I made these 2 comic stories as part of each of these cohorts of the Creators Club, and then published them online and put them on my own site as well. And so it just brought this enjoyable additional kind of thing to my work. So creativity can bring personal fulfillment to work. Hopefully I've proven that. But we're also always under pressure to deliver business results. So how can creativity help us do that? So I have some ideas about this. And it's all about staying valued at work through showing your creativity. So it's actually proven that creativity can have real business value. I have another stat for this. So creative companies are 67% more likely to grow. This is from a McKinsey study. And it means that companies in the top quartile for creativity, and this was judged via the Cannes Lion Award, they're 67% more likely to achieve revenue growth. So again, I have 3 sort of characteristics of creativity that can fall under this bucket of staying valued at work. Creativity is playful. So you have this environment of play at work with creativity that leads to lateral thinking and to problem solving. And that means that creativity often leads you to have novel ideas. It's also about communication. It enhances communication. So when you think of creative ways to deliver a message, and that might be in your external marketing. I am now a marketer, so I have a lot of examples of how I use creativity in marketing, but also just through internal communications. It helps you to really cut through the noise and stand out when you're using your creativity. And then also for team building. I love being part of a team. I love team bonding activities and spending time on creative things that really benefit my team, or even just bring them joy. And through that, you demonstrate that you care about your teammates, and it also builds trust, because creativity takes time and you're investing that time. So it's really that, not just time, but also attention. When you're paying attention to people on your team through creativity, it can really strengthen those team bonds. So I sort of actively, I'm looking out for projects at work, both big and small, that I can lend my creativity to. So for example, internal communications on P2. So at Automatic, we use P2, which is just a network of WordPress.com blogs that we use instead of email. So we're doing a lot of communicating to each other about projects and updates and collaborating and discussing things. So I'm one of those inbox zero people, and I was asked to do a learning session about it. So I wrote this comic to kind of encourage people to come to the session. So I'll read it out. It's my supervisor saying, "Hi Tess, what you up to?" And I say, "Hey Melissa, I heard about this new thing called Inbox Zero." and she's thinking about all of her, tab-pocalypse that she has. And she says, oh, how does that work? And I say, I think you just do this, select all, delete. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty zen. So, comics don't always have to be funny, but I do like to be funny. So it just, I like doing this kind of thing for an internal communication. It does take more time, for sure. So I don't do it for every single time that I'm writing a P2, but for this purpose, it sort of engages people, gives them an idea of the tone of the session as well. I made this other comic for a P2 post. A colleague saying, I really think that we should publish documentation about this new code review process. And I say, just ship it. And I'm the ship it squirrel. I added that because nobody got it, which is no slight on my drawing skills at all. I didn't take it like that at all. But I just thought I'd add it there for a reference. So I'm the ship it squirrel. And my colleague is saying, don't you think we should just ship it? And then I say, oh, okay, fine, like to the P2. We'll go and explain it in the P2. So just, I don't know, fun things like this that I do. Here's a bunch of other ones that I've done where I'm juggling new tasks. This was like when I was talking about a new role that I was taking on. I was talking about collaborating at work, but it was really all me doing the collaboration. Another comic which was about this new kind of onboarding that we were talking about doing. So I just really like sort of visualizing ideas in this way. And one thing I really love about comics is that you really distill the message down to very few words and then pairing that with pictures to have that sort of interplay of both things. So that's something that I really love about comics. So people at work started to notice these, as I guess you would, in this internal communication. And then I got asked to use my creativity more in our external communication too. So one example is that I illustrated some diagrams that we were doing in our content. And I feel like, I mean, even though these aren't real, these are not real stats, this is just giving a personal touch or just a sort of fresh take where anyone who's making content, you want your content to sort of stand out in this sea of sameness. So using your creativity to do that can be really valuable for work. One of our designers noticed my comics and asked me to draw these cartoons for our marketing site, which we don't use them anymore, but we did on pages that compared us to our competitors. And so the goal of these pages was to highlight how we were different to our competitors. So it was a really great place to be creative. So in the first one, there's somebody getting a massage and there's other people sort of working away madly. And they're saying, it looks like Kate's project already launched. So the next one, someone's saying, wow, Joey already assembled their project team. And there's someone, around the desk, in the meeting room. And then in the third one, they're kind of in the lunch room. And someone has this gigantic sandwich. And they're saying, they assured me I'd need all this. And all of these, they don't really make that much sense when they're on their own. But in the context of the page, they worked well. Another one was one of our support engineers had this great analogy about how our platform did vertical scaling or horizontal scaling, where vertical scaling was like a house where people were yelling at each other and then you sort of added stuff on the house. And horizontal scaling was a village where you could sort of infinitely expand. And so I was asked to draw these comics to sort of illustrate the differences between these two things. And I really love like XKCD comics, and it was intentionally supposed to be sort of referencing or in that style, which technical people really love as well. So we were hoping that it would sort of resonate with that audience. There is a sponsor video that we did, which is, I think, playing somewhere around here at WordCamp. I wrote the script for our video, for our WordPress.com video, and then because I do voiceover acting, I just recorded the voiceover to make sure that it was the right length, and that ended up getting used in the video. So if you see this video and you hear me and it sounds like me, it is. So I just, these are just opportunities that happen around the place where you're really sort of helping somebody out sometimes if you hop in there and say, well, this is something that I can do with my creativity. And the opportunities just came about because I showed my creativity at work. And any chance that I had, I just was like, I can do this, but I can also do it creatively. And showing how my particular creative output could enhance communications and make them stand out kind of got them noticed. Another way is in the team building that I talked about. So, you know, as I said, I'm really passionate about team bonding, and creativity is one way that I can really show that I care about the team that I'm in. So one example is that at my very first grand meetup, which is where the whole company comes together in person, one of my colleagues was offering to take headshots of people in break times. And she was so overwhelmed with the people who were standing up there in a line to get headshots taken. So I decided to jump in and help out. And I've just kept doing it at meetups after that, because what I really love about it is that you get to connect with somebody, even just for a short amount of time. It's a really intimate connection where they're looking right down your lens, you're sort of trying to get the best angle on them. And some people tell me they've never had headshots before, so this is like a really valuable thing that they get. Or that, you know, they have never liked the way they looked before in a headshot. So I love seeing these like pop up on the internet around the place. People use them for their LinkedIn profile or whatever. So it's just a really cool little moment that I get to have with my teammates. I've also taken the opportunity to draw colleagues, and usually for internal communication. Sometimes just doing these little doodles or something where it doesn't take as much time as a comic, but showing them that I care enough about them to spend time drawing them. It sounds like a little thing, but one of my favorite artists, Wendy McNaughton, says that drawing is looking and looking is loving. And so it's this idea that when you put your attention to something enough to draw it, then you're really demonstrating that you care about it, and that really helps with team bonding. We all work with WordPress, and Wapuu is this great vehicle for creativity. You know, there are so many different Wapuus out there, and I created this one for our team, which is a writer, because we have this content team. We're basically all doing writing. And I just love the idea of having a team mascot, you know, so this is something that is a really sort of easy thing to do. You know, it's very accessible if you want a way to get started somewhere with creativity at work. I wanted to do a quick note about AI. I have a whole talk about AI and creativity that I did last year at WordCamp Sydney, and I'm doing again this year at a different conference. I have a lot to say about this, and I'm not going to go into it in too much depth right now, but I think what's important to remember is that while AI is a great tool for creative people, I use it all the time for many, many different types of things. Creativity can't be generated by a machine. So it's not a replacement for your creativity, because going back to my definition earlier of creativity, you are filtering those inputs through who you are, and that is unique to you as a person, and that has to be human. So in my opinion, AI is not inherently creative. It can be a great creative tool. But I just wanted to note that. I have a lot more to say about that in a different talk. So I'm hoping that by now you're thinking that creativity can help me stand out, help me be fulfilled at work, and stay valued. So why would you hold back? Hopefully you're thinking, I'm in. This slide is not working, but creativity isn't just for certain job titles. It's a skill, it's a mindset, it's a way of showing up that's available to everyone. So thinking back to that original conversation with my hiring manager, that, you know, I didn't really believe at the time that I could make any role creative, but I now believe that I can. And I think there should be more creativity in the world, even at work. This slide is just the word creativity with confetti. So just imagine that in your mind. So organizations also really need to nurture and develop creativity and imagination in workers, just as much as we invest in technological innovation. Oh, cool, thank you. The next slide is fixed. I will go back to this one though. So there is this creativity gap where 73% of organizations recognize the importance of creativity, but only 9% are actually doing great things to ensure that creativity of the organization keeps pace with the technological innovation. This is from a Deloitte Insights report from 2024. So I think it's a really important point as well that if you're in this position in your organization where you're able to nurture creativity, it's really important, and we should be doing more on it. The way that you take in the world and you filter it through who you are and you turn it into something new, it can not only make your work more joyful, but it can also make it more effective. And in this world where AI is taking over so much, that kind of creativity can't be copied. I've talked a lot about P2 in this, or a fair bit about P2 in this talk. And so I wanted to also say that I made this comic book all about P2. Again, it's a character. She's kind of a hippie because she democratizes communication. So, and I love having physical things to share at a talk. So I had these made up as zines, and I have a whole stack of them. So if you come and see me at the end, you can take home a zine on P2. Yeah, I didn't think that I'd ever get to make comics at work, but it just goes to show that that thing that you think doesn't belong at work might just be the thing that makes you essential. So creativity can help you to stand out and get the job that you want because it's inherently authentic, unique, and diverse. And then once you've got the job, being creative at work can also help you feel fulfilled because it brings joy and it shows that you care about your work, and it makes us all more productive. And creativity has real business value because it enables play, it enhances communication, and it strengthens team bonds. So when you put creativity to work, you'll be more valued for being yourself. So I hope I've inspired you to be creative at work. This is just a little thank you slide. It was a cool animation, but you can just, again, picture it in your mind. Thank you so much for attending my session. I share words and pictures on my website at tessneedham.com and then at Instagram on tessneedhamart. If you would like to connect with me, I'd love that. And we do have some time for questions, so I'd love to discuss this more with you if anyone has questions. Thank you very much. There is a microphone here. If you have a question, you can come forward to the microphone, but we just have a few minutes, so. Yay. Hello.
Hi, Tess. My name is Jake.
Hi, Jake.
Thank you so much for this. This is really inspiring. I think you've met your goals. I'm going to come at this with a little bit of pessimism, cynicism.
Cool.
As someone who's worked in communications like my whole life, so much of what I create in my mind is ephemeral. And there's always something else to do. There's more tasks coming down. There's more client demands, whatever it may be. And you touched on this a little bit, but I guess what I'm looking for, a little bit more inspiration from you is kind of getting over that hump of, for example, you showed all these awesome slide decks that you've done. I can't imagine putting that effort into something that is going to be seen at one team meeting once and then that's it. I think it's awesome that you make the zines. Like, that's such a cool example of like making it something more concrete. But I'm just curious how you kind of like decouple creativity from that constant productivity and results-oriented approach towards business, towards work, so that you can kind of free your mind to do that something creative, put this effort in without the idea of like, oh, well, it has to live on forever, or it has to immediately result in some kind of business outcome.
Yeah, really good question. Well, actually, so like I'll let you in on a little secret, which is that this is the second time I've presented this, but the first time was an internal presentation and much shorter. So I already sort of had the bones of this and I expanded on it more. And you know, like all good content marketers, we reuse content all of the time. I've definitely used the same kinds of, like my presentations, you know, I've used them again. So that's one aspect, is that I've sort of made the most out of a presentation that I've done. I've also, all of these presentations, I think all of them, most of them, I have then written up as a blog and published on my site. And so I've got something to kind of point back to. So I guess you could argue the internet is just ephemeral, but at least it's sort of there to point back to. But the other thing that maybe comes into your question a little bit is that I found that like the more that I practice my creativity, the more it makes it accessible for me in lots of different situations. So I try to remember that like even if I'm putting all of this time and effort into something like a conference presentation that, you know, I mean, sure, it lives forever on YouTube, but it's not like it is ephemeral, like you say, that it is, it's almost like, you know, exercising that part of my brain that allows me then to be more creative, more free in the actual like tasks of work that I'm asked to do. So I'd encourage you to think about it like that, like you're just kind of, you're keeping your creativity rolling along so that it is more accessible for you in everyday life. Yeah, does that help?
That's perfect. Also, my fiance makes fun of me for how I tie my shoes, so I will take you up on that.
Oh yeah,
So.
awesome, awesome. And I guess the other thing about that too is that, like I mentioned, I do a lot of this stuff like watching TV at night. You know, I don't usually have work hours to put this time in that I do, and it helps me in my brain to think of it as like a personal creative project that's feeding my creativity, that's like enjoyable for me, and not that, you know, this is work hours that need to be accountable for something. So that really helps me as well. It's just kind of part of who I am and bringing my work and life, you know, not like separating work and life, but like making, hopefully one makes the other more enjoyable. Hi.
Hi, I'm Tom. I'm an independent contractor.
Hi, Tom.
And first of all, your drawings are terrific. They remind me of, I'm sure you've heard of Hugh McLeod at Gaping Void.
Hugh McLeod at?
Gaping Void.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
yeah.
creative agency.
Yeah.
I started screenshotting his,
oh, cool.
his drawings, and I have them all over my computer for inspiration. So,
awesome, thank you.
Your work is just as good, if not better, than Hugh's.
Ah, thank you very much.
Second of all, just a random question. Let's say you're doing a performance assessment end of the year, writing down contributions and strengths. I enjoy drawing illustrations or cartoons that helps improve morale and company culture. And the response to that is, well, how do you quantify that value? How would I answer that?
So you're drawing cartoons of your colleagues, or?
Well, similar, let's say I started doing what you do, and just for, you know, for the purpose of team morale, but then the pushback would be, well, how are you able to quantify that value? I mean, is it translating into conversions and click-throughs?
Yeah.
Is that even worth responding to?
I think all the marketers in the room will know how hard it is sometimes to measure everything that we do. And there are some things that you just can't measure. So I don't know if I have a great response to that, but I would just say that, you know, there are some things that you do because they just make people feel good, or they make you feel good, or they, you know, I think, you know, teams that are more bonded are going to be more productive. It's, you know, something that brings me a lot of joy is just to be friends with the people that I work with, and to build those bonds. So yeah, I don't know that you can trace that through to like ROI, but I'd encourage you to keep doing it because it makes me happy to know that you do that. I'm sure it makes the people happy as well to know that you're doing that.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
To give you a compliment. I am so obsessed with your little embroidered icons. That is phenomenal. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much. I also made those into a zine, and I gave out that zine at that conference as well. So that's another way of like what my previous boss would call 9-livesing the content.
Hi.
Hi.
Same. I loved your drawings and
thank
everything.
you.
It's super cool. I would love to hear just if you have any advice about how to maintain your creativity and work like within a very strict brand. Like, I don't know if you have to do that for internal communications, but obviously externally. I work on a website and I love being creative, but I also love maintaining our brand, and it can be a hard line to walk. So just any advice about that?
That's a really good question. I mean, I've been able to use my drawings and stuff in content that's it's less important that it's branded, like for instance, blogs or documentation or something like that, where the brand aspect is not as under scrutiny. But like I showed those single panel cartoons that I did, And I worked with our designer on those. And one of the things that we did was just give them the brand colors. So if it depends on how, I don't know if you're in charge of brand or if somebody else is, but I guess it depends on how open they are to that kind of thing. But also like framing things as an experiment, you know, with those, we framed them as an experiment. Like, let's just see how these go and what engagement they get, and do they get shared, and like, do people hang out on the page for longer because we do these, and being able to frame it as an experiment, but also, I guess, tying it into the brand in some way, whether it's using the fonts or the colors of the brand. But it does require like somebody, the person, I guess, who holds the keys there to be a bit more open-minded. So I guess it sort of depends, but there might be other ways that you can find, like, often the website is like more controlled, but then social might be seen as more of a playground. So yeah, I would look at like different channels. Also trying to see if you can fit what you're doing into brand colors or things like that. Yeah, or also just consider your sort of creative things to be like your broad playground where you're just messing around, and then maybe that's just like the brainstorm, and then you kind of edit it down into what you're doing for the brand. I think I'm about out of time. But yeah, don't forget to come up and get, I'll just be down there. I've got a whole stack of these zines if you would like one. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much, Tess, for sharing your creative energy. That was fantastic. So we've got about another 15 minutes to go to the next session. And again, don't forget to pick up that great zine. And we'll be back in 15 minutes at 3:45. I want a zine. Yep.
walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. They wanna judge me, I'll testify. Catch me on Insta, I'm verified. They want me quiet, I amplify. I'm on my way to the best thing that you've ever seen. You know that you bow to the queen. You lose all your senses and reason. I'll give you something to believe. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. Yeah. OMW, nothing left to prove. So enjoy the view, taking a picture like Malibu. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. On my way, on my way. On my way, on my way.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Just have 2 more talks today. So next we have Jai Ragnathan with Data Visualization the Easy Way. National Marine Sanctuaries has got your back. Jai is a PhD ecologist with the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary. He has a doctorate in biological science and a passion for science communication. Jai builds web tools that help advance public understanding of science. Please welcome Jai to the stage. Amazing.
So I'm going to organize my remarks by 30 to 35 minutes of dance stylings. Then there'll be audience participation after that. So yes, excellent. So I am Jai Ranganathan. I'm so glad to see you all today. And I have to say, this is my first WordCamp. I know. My first contributor day. And I was kind of like an anti-contributor because people around me were so interesting and so exciting. I was stopping all activity by just having conversations. That's me, a weapon of mass distraction. So here, I'm going to talk. I'm Jai, and I have, do I have a doctorate in biology? Sort of, but I really have a doctorate in awesomology. I'm an expert in all things awesome. And I want to tell you, well, I want to do 2 things today. I want to reveal a mystery. And then I'm going to tell you a story. But let's start with that mystery. Here is an incredible handmade sticker by me, which you could have yourself. How do you get the sticker? You have to wait till the end of the talk to find out. That's the mystery. And the story. Well, as I said, I do have a PhD in awesomology, and that's why I know you are awesome. You're here. We're here at WordCamp, WordPress. Let's hear it. Clap. Yes, clap. Clap for me. Clap for me. For me. You're awesome. But I really want to tell a story about, well, it's a story about me because, you're awesome, but I am definitely very awesome. It's a story about me, but it's also a story maybe about you. It's a story about a scrappy upstart organization that used WordPress to become better than they were before. And maybe it's a story about how you could use those same tools too. So, well, you are awesome, but to sort of advance it, really, graphic data is awesome. And, well, that's the obvious question. Well, as I get to the story, I'm going to kind of ruin it a bit by getting right to the end of, well, what's my punchline here? You're supposed to lead with your punchline. That's the whole story there. We built graphic data, an open source WordPress platform for displaying interesting ideas with graphics and data. Use it. Collaborate with us. I want to talk with everyone in this room and people live streaming. I want to talk to you too. But I know what you're asking. First question. what are national marine sanctuaries? You're wondering it. So national marine sanctuaries are the way the US federal government protects oceans and lakes all over the US and, and US territories. You can see it goes pretty far, all the way down to American Samoa. I'm based here, Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, based out of Santa Barbara, California. Santa Barbara, California, a sunny place for shady people. So here we have it. Here we have looking off of Anacapa Island, looking out a beautiful place. So that's Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary. That's Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary. That's the sanctuary. But it's more than that. It's people too. And we do some pretty cool things. Like, for example, shark hugging. That's Ryan Friedman up there, that animal he's holding. That's a great white shark having the weirdest day of its life. It's being pulled out to get tagged. And it's a weird thing. It really is getting pulled by aliens because it gets pulled out of the water. A receiver, or the opposite of a receiver, a transmitter, is surgically implanted and it's thrown back in the water. So that's what we're doing. We do shark hugging. Great whites are not so excited about it, but everybody deserves a hug. That's us scuba diving with a giant bass, Channel Islands. And that's us recording stuff, also some important stuff of eelgrass. Why does eelgrass matter? It does. Come talk to me afterwards. I don't have time to talk about it now, but eelgrass is awesome. I want to talk to you about it. But there's so many other great sanctuaries too. Let's go down to American Samoa, where I was at the sanctuary 3 months ago. Beautiful coral reefs. That's the sanctuary. That's the sanctuary. Looks beautiful, right? It looks like beautiful tropical paradise. I was there for a week. There was an exactly one 15-minute period where it wasn't raining sideways. That was that period. So there you have it. So there's sanctuaries everywhere. But these sanctuaries, we've got a problem. I kind of hinted at it. And that problem is this. Well, I forgot. Well, before we get to that, national marine sanctuaries are big. They're about 2 million square kilometers, which is like Alaska plus California together. These are not, on maps, Alaska's a lot bigger than California, but I couldn't squeeze it quite right. That's the islands that go way out, so it's big. But anyway, the sanctuaries, they've got a problem. They're choking, collecting. We're collecting so much information. That's supposed to be a hipster dinosaur sinking in the data. That's what's out. That's why he looks so sad. And it being the government, in the year 2025, how do you think we're releasing this information? Anybody want to guess in the audience? Email. How's it going? Index cards would be another good option. The answer is PDFs. So there's that. That dinosaur looks very upset about it. And if we scroll up, we can see there's one of these condition reports. That's you can't quite see it in the back. That's 485 pages. And these kind of reports are kind of the perfect example because everybody hates it. Staff hate writing them. And in fact, they're so hard to write. The staff who wrote this report won an award for writing because they're that hard to write. Obviously, they're really hard for end users, fishermen, people who care about sanctuary to read. And it's instantly out of date. These things take 10 years to write. This is the last report from Channel Islands. You'll see it says 2016. What happened in 2020? What happened this year? I don't know. Well, I know what you're thinking. I mean, let's put our big brains together and ask, there's got to be a better way. What if, and stay with me here, you don't have a PhD in awesomeology like I do, but try to stay with me. What if there was a website? I know, crazy thought. So, we tried that. And, we tried it the way we knew. And I should say, we have a couple of problems in the sanctuary system. We're small, but mighty. We don't have a lot of expertise in web development. We have experience in great white shark hugging. We're very good at that. but not so good at web development. And we're resource constrained, cash strapped. You know, I have a Patreon. You're welcome to join. I'm very excited about it. So what do? How do you build a website to show all of this like really awesome data we have to the world in a way that we can actually do? Well, we tried a way that seemed to make sense at first, which was a first take, a site built in R. And, you know, it's kind of like Jurassic Park. You know, like Malcolm says, I think the mathematician, that's Malcolm? I can't remember. He says, like, everybody thought about whether you could do it. No one said whether you should do it. Is that the way around? It's that way. Whichever way it was, think of it that way. So we built this site in R, all pre-rendered R Markdown files, and it literally took a PhD to use, and making a code change, you needed both your fingers and toes crossed. It only worked under certain astrological signs. It was a mess. And so here's kind of what it looked like. And it just was a no-go for our organization, because a site like that's fine if you've got like a whole big staff of people to run it. But what if you don't? What if you have all these people out there just hugging sharks all the time? They got no time for this. So that's out. Okay. Now, stay with me here. What if there was some web system that was easy to use, that many people use, that people are passionate about? I mean, you can't possibly think of such a web system, can you? I mean, that can't possibly exist. Did someone say Drupal back there? You're ejected right now. That's all I have to say. That's fighting words. I have a Drupal 11 site, and I hate it so very much. But of course, the answer is WordPress. So take two. The reason the Stegosaurus is leaping for joy, because it's so much better. So we said, we're going to try. So we took that R site. We said, despite having put so much time and effort, it was like, OK, we got to start over. Dead end. We're going to do it in WordPress. We're going to build something we're calling graphic data, which is a connected plugin and theme to show our awesome data to the world. OK, maybe the first thing is to actually kind of show, OK, before I get there, you know, this isn't just me. I am an egomaniac, but it isn't just me up here. There is a team. They do make us dress like this. It's not very comfortable. That, you know, it seems cool to have a cape, but like it gets caught everywhere and like all spandex all day long. I don't know why they make us dress like San Diego Comic-Con. I don't think it's a good idea, but this is how we dress. So there's a whole team. We're always grim all the time. It's a thing. So what's the approach? The approach is kind of three things. Are we engaging for end users, meaning we put artwork first. So really engaging for end users. Easy to use for staff. Remember, we're a bunch of shark huggers. We're not a bunch of web developers. And there can't be much ramp up either. And it actually, oh, and by the way, it also has to actually deliver the goods in terms of data viz. That's kind of important. So how do we do that? Well, if I'm at the right slide. OK, and so we implemented this on our site called Sanctuary Watch, which is where we show our data to the world. And there's the website. And hopefully now will be a demonstration of that. Right, OK. So the idea here is we kind of put visuals first. And so, for example, here's the subsite for American Samoa. Everything is based upon these clickable visuals in a graphic. That's the whole deal. So we're going to click on one now, which is human connection. So that opens up another one of these scenes. Again, highly visual. If you click on any of these buttons, you'll see a modal come up. It takes a second to load. And you'll see, for example, here's a figure created in Plotly. So it's an interactive figure on Plotly, but there's plenty of other ones there. But suppose your figures are just static. We can handle that too. So for example, here, this is a case of just an image, for example. So we can handle many image formats, whether it's interactive or just a static image. But OK, I know what you're thinking. This is a smart crowd. I can sense you're awesome. You're awesome. I'm an expert in awesome. I can sense you're awesome too. You're saying, but Jai, this can't work. I mean, what if I'm not? That's a desktop. This is meant for mousing over. What if I don't have a mouse? Got you there. Well, no, you don't. Ha ha. We thought of that. There's tablet view. So here's a tablet. So if you're on a tablet, which the thing senses, the things that are clickable sort of highlight on and off on the screen. Okay, now you're thinking, but Jai, I don't have a tablet either. I just have a phone. Got you there. Well, no, you don't, because we've got a mobile view. And here, essentially what we're doing, the same view as before, it auto extracts all the icons from the screen, and you just see the icons in a grid, all done sort of client side. And if you want to see the image, you can. It still shows up, but nothing is clickable there. But I know what you're saying. But Jai, I only have an Oculus headset. What do I do now? And the answer is, you're on your own. Okay, so let's get a little bit into the details. What is this? So I mentioned this kind of a plugin and a theme. So I'm just going to very short of what this is. And so this is our hipster dinosaur getting under the hood. That's the idea. It seemed to make sense to me in my mind. I know what much sense makes now, but to me it seemed to make sense. So we're not using Gutenberg. This is all pre-Gutenberg. It's all just web forms associated with custom post types with a ton of field validation happening on the PHP side. Where's the JavaScript side? I think it's both. Okay, and here's just an example. It's just a bunch of web forms. So, and the idea here is, we all have done web forms, so for staff, and all the data visualization, sort of picking options, it's just like option picking. You know, there's no having to code, having no lines. It's just like picking options on a web form. That's it. That's all staff need to know how to do, which we've all done. Okay, the images. The images are all SVG format, scalable vector graphics. Does it work in Illustrator? Yes, it does. Does it work with Inkscape open source? Yes, it does. Are Inkscape and Illustrator just different enough that making both work was complete hell? Yes, it was. The figures, so let's talk about it, because this is sort of the heart of it. How do we generate these? How do we actually generate these figures with the Plotly? So they're all generated via Plotly. So they're all generated via Plotly. The data isn't stored in the WordPress database. They're stored, and I'll explain why. They're actually stored via just separate JSON files, which we essentially generate, which are just stored in a data folder within WP content. And so all that's in the database, all you have is a pointer to where the file is, and your file and your options for how you actually want to plot the thing. That's it. That's all that's actually sitting in the database. Why do it this way? Because it means you can separate the data science-y part of like data crunching and data transformation. You can separate that from your data viz. So here's kind of the process. So you have your own number crunching process, whatever it is. You have a process in R. You have a process in Python. You have a process in JavaScript. You have a process with your Abacus. I don't know. People do all sorts of things. And so, but whatever process you've got, you're going to drop a set of JSON files into a data folder. Or you can manually upload them also. And so then our plugin takes over, reads those files, and then plots whatever you want. But we're separating out the process of data crunching from data viz, which means whatever way you use, whatever is your process, whatever is your method, whatever is your weird format for processing data, keep that. Do that. We can work with it. Okay. And the theme. So I didn't put an image here because I tried to do AI images of semi-headless things, and that turned out bad. So imagine Something semi-headless. You know, they say like the worst horror is what you imagine in your own minds. So it's that. Imagine that. So we've heard of a traditional CMS, and of course there's a headless CMS. We're going a new path. We're keeping the head sort of on. It's the semi-headless horseman. I grew up in Irvington, New York, home of Washington Irving, who came up with the headless horseman. I feel this is the next generation, the semi-headless horseman. So what makes it semi-headless is that basically it's just the nav bar and the footer that's generated via PHP, like via the standard approach. But because what actually shows up on the page is so device dependent, most of the page is generated via JavaScript that's just making a whole bunch of API calls to the WordPress REST API. So just to back up a bit, so what's the story here? We built graphic data, an open source platform for displaying interesting ideas with graphics and data. We want you to use it. We have a GitHub repo, which I'm going to get to. We want you to use it. We want you to collaborate with us. We want to get your ideas of how can we make this better? How can we make this work for your use case? We want to talk to each one of you and the ones in cyberspace. So that's the question. So what's now? We built this thing. We're still improving it. Version 1 of the code went up Monday. The documentation went up yesterday. So it's a work in progress. So what do we do with this? So come talk, come get involved. This is the room, this is the experts that we want to get involved with this process. Back to the mystery. How do you get that sticker? Well, the answer is, come say hello to me, and you get a sticker. Thank you very much. You are indeed awesome, and I think we've left plenty of time for questions. I think they asked if people would speak into the microphone if they could, if they have a question. Or, if there are no questions, or someone's coming up.
Hi there. I wanted to, first of all, thank you. I think this was a excellent presentation, really entertaining as well. I was curious about when you started this journey of creating the data visualization plugin, were there any existing resources that you pulled from, or did you all start developing the plugin yourselves, like from scratch?
It's pretty much all from scratch. The only piece the only dependency we have is SVG support, which is to handle SVGs within WordPress itself. Other than that, we kind of built it all from scratch. Because there's certainly resources out there for plotting in WordPress, but nothing that quite met our requirements. Like we wanted to be able to allow for others' data process, that sort of thing. So we built it all from scratch. And essentially what we did is we built a whole bunch of wrappers around Plotly. But they're wrappers that can also work around lots of other graphing libraries as well. Someone else is coming up with a question. I can't wait.
I'm just trying to get the picture again. I mean, we're using. I don't know Plotly, so I don't. So that's so. But your data, you say, is in a separate store. In the Word, you're using the REST API to get that data. Is that
great question? So let me actually go back a bit.
The question is, how are you using REST API?
Boop, 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 boop. Up. So if we think about it, so back to the SAP. So whatever process you have, you create, or you upload a CSV or JSON. Either way, we can use either one, which are formatted in a very particular way. And then what happens is that we're using a pre-existing Java. So using that JSON file, essentially we have a wrapper around. So Plotly is a JavaScript graphing library. So essentially, what we do is we have a wrapper. So in like those drop-down web function, in those drop-down forms, you essentially select, I want this axis to be this. I want that axis to be that. I want the color to be green. All those things. So essentially, we have a wrapper function that feeds it all into the way that Plotly likes to see it. And then we plot that in the window. Does that answer the question? Does that answer the question? How this all works together? And so the question is, sorry about that. So the question is, where does the REST API calls come in? So it comes in essentially on page load. So on page load, when you say, I want to go to this figure. So okay, the code knows, okay, there's a figure here. Well, what figure? All I know is like I have an ID associated with this. Okay, what's this ID? So then you can go, so there's a whole bunch of fetches to the database to say what's associated with this ID, and inevitably it's with that post. There's a pointer to that file. There's a list of arguments for how to plot it, and then it goes and plots it. Other questions? Well, I've clearly stunned you into silence. Or disbelief, I'm not sure. It could go either way. But I'll be up here. I really do mean it. I would really love to talk to all of you. That's the reason I'm really here. I'm willing to bribe you with stickers. Other bribes also possible. And I just love to talk to all of you as much as I can. So thanks very much.
All right, thank you guys. That was one of the most entertaining sessions we have. Really great. Now it's time to make your way up to Mount Hood for our closing. At 4:45, Adam, Leslie, and there.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Losing all my focus, I can't even control it. You know your lips are golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky.